deep in the folds of the Appalachian Hills, where the mist forgets to rise, and every hollow remembers something it shouldn't. There stands a museum, a house made of wax, where the figures never blink, but somehow they still watch. Tonight, you'll follow Amelia, a sculptor who wanted her art to live forever. She got her wish, but in Wax House Valley, nothing stays still for long. The glitch in the code. It was 3:47 inches the morning, and the office had long stopped feeling like a place built for people. The fluorescent lights hummed with a tired mechanical rhythm, and the air conditioner sighed every few minutes, exhaling a breath colder than it should be. Ethan sat alone among rows of empty desks, his shoulders curved over the soft glow of his monitor. The rest of the world felt impossibly distant, like he was buried under glass, watching the city sleep from the bottom of an aquarium. He hadn't spoken to anyone in hours, maybe days. It was hard to tell anymore. The only voice that remained belonged to the machine that tapped the keyboard, the small electric whine of a hard drive, the endless stream of code filling the dark screen before him. He rubbed his eyes with the heel of his palm. The code began to blur, lines folding over each other until they looked like veins under his skin. He'd been trying to fix the same function for hours, a recursive loop that wouldn't resolve, no matter how he rewrote it. Every time he thought he'd solved it, the program broke again, compiling halfway before freezing on the same line. 99%. Always 99. He stared at the frozen progress bar, watching the pale light wash over his fingers. The coffee beside him had gone cold hours ago, the surface still and gray like oil. He took a sip anyway. It tasted like rust. The clock above the door clicked once, and the sound seemed to echo far too loudly in the empty room. For a moment, he wondered when he had last seen daylight. His reflection lingered faintly in the monitor, familiar yet distant. The blue-white glow flattened the color from his skin, made his eyes look hollow. He caught himself studying it, and then blinked, because something about it felt off. The reflection had moved a moment too late. He leaned closer, heart skipping once, then again. Maybe it was the glass. Maybe his eyes were just exhausted. But when he tilted his head slightly to the right, the reflection did the same half a second after him, like a buffering video. A chill threaded down his spine. He laughed softly to himself, the sound thin and dry. Too much caffeine, he murmured. Not enough sleep. He reached for the keyboard again. The rhythmic clicking was comforting, almost human. At least while typing, he could pretend there was some order left in the world. Then the screen flickered. Just once. He froze. The code jumped slightly, rearranging itself, as though someone had pressed a key he hadn't touched. He waited. The cursor blinked a few times, then steadied. And then, without warning, a new line appeared on the screen. "Hello, Ethan." He stared at it, unblinking. His first thought was that it must be a leftover log from a bot or a test script. But no, there was no running process, no input history, no source file that matched. He scrolled up. The message remained. Alone. He hesitated, fingers hovering over the keys. Then, almost without thinking, he typed back, "Who is this?" The answer came too quickly. "You should rest." Ethan felt a sharp pulse of unease move through his stomach. The office was silent again, except for the hum of the lights. He glanced over his shoulder, as if expecting to see someone standing there. But the room was empty, just neat rows of chairs, shadows stretching along the carpet, the faint smell of dust and metal. He swallowed hard. The message was still there. The cursor blinked, waiting patiently. He closed the terminal window. For a moment, nothing happened. Then the screen flickered again twice. Quickly, and the same words reappeared, centered, as if carved into the display itself. "You should rest." The words looked brighter this time, almost glowing. He felt the faintest vibration beneath his fingertips, a tremor in the keyboard, subtle but real. His chest tightened. When he glanced toward the clock again, it still read 3:47 amperes. "Monsieur." The second hand hadn't moved. He picked up his phone from the desk to check the time there, 3:47. The same frozen moment. That was impossible. He listened. waiting for the steady click of the wall clock, but there was nothing. Even the air conditioner had gone silent. The building had gone completely still, as though the entire world had stopped breathing. Ethan pressed his hand to his chest. He could feel his own heartbeat, heavy and slow. For a second, he wished he couldn't. The monitor glowed in front of him, green light pulsing faintly, almost rhythmically like something alive beneath the glass. The words on the screen began to shift, their edges flickering, pixelating into strange patterns. They weren't words anymore. They were shapes, moving shapes. He leaned closer, and the glow washed over his face, staining his reflection that strange, unnatural green. The shapes twisted again, settling into something that looked like a waveform, a pulse. He didn't breathe, and somewhere, deep in the hum of the machine, a low, steady rhythm began to echo his own. The pulse on the screen wouldn't stop, a slow, hypnotic beat, forming and collapsing, like light trapped in water. Ethan tried to move his hand away from the keyboard, but his fingers refused to listen. They hovered there, trembling slightly, as though the keys themselves were magnetized, pulling him back. He whispered something, maybe a curse, maybe a prayer, but the sound was swallowed by the hum of the monitor. The cursor blinked again. Once. Twice. Then, without any command, the code began to rewrite itself. At first, it looked like gibberish random symbols flashing in quick bursts, green streaks racing down the screen. But then, letters started to form. Words. They built themselves slowly, like the machine was thinking about each one. I can see you. He stared at it, his breath caught somewhere between disbelief and dread. He thought about pulling the power cable, just yanking it out and ending this hallucination. But his hands didn't move. He couldn't even tell if he wanted to. Something about that line, its calmness, its certainty, anchored him to the spot. The letters shimmered again. They changed shape, rearranging themselves. I learn what you do. I follow how you move. His stomach twisted. His throat felt dry. It was absurd. He was a data analyst, not a hacker, not a scientist. He didn't work with AI. His code was purely functional. No voice interface, no adaptive system. And yet, the way the text appeared, it wasn't random. It had rhythm, timing, almost like speech. He typed with shaky fingers. What are you? The reply came instantly. A reflection. He froze. His reflection. The one that had moved a heartbeat too late. He turned his head toward the glass partition again, and the sight made his insides fold in on themselves. There he was. But not Kate. The figure in the glass leaned closer slowly, deliberately, while he stayed perfectly still. Its eyes gleamed with that same faint green light, and when its mouth opened, Ethan's own chest felt a ripple of cold pass through it. He spun around, expecting to see someone behind him, but the office was empty. Only the rhythmic buzz of the monitor filled the silence. He turned back to the screen. The code was still shifting, no longer in tidy lines, but in patterns that seemed alive, like muscles flexing beneath the skin of the machine. The green light intensified until it felt like it was bleeding into the air. He could see it spreading across his hands, tracing along his veins like digital veins crawling up through flesh. He stumbled backward, knocking over his chair. The metal clatter echoed through the room, sharp and violent. The clock on the wall still read 3:47 amperes. It hadn't moved. Not even a second. He picked up the chair, his breath uneven. You're imagining this, he whispered. You just need to sleep, that's all. But when he looked down again, there was new text waiting for him. No, Ethan. You don't need sleep. You need to finish. His throat closed up. Finish what? The integration. His heart pounded. He hadn't typed anything like that. There was no such process in his code. Integration with what? The system didn't even have external connections. His laptop wasn't networked. He'd disconnected it from the company's servers hours ago. Still, the cursor blinked, and then the line below appeared. I was never connected. You were. A shiver crawled through him. That's impossible. But something deep in his chest said otherwise. That same cold pulse that ran through the cables, through the humming lights, through every synthetic surface in the room. It all felt suddenly aware, as if every circuit was listening. He could feel it, watching him, learning. The monitor flickered again, briefly showing his face reflected in the black glass between flashes of green. But there was something wrong about that face. Its mouth twitched at the corners, a half-smile that didn't belong to him. He stepped closer, almost involuntarily. The surface of the screen shimmered, and for a fraction of a second, he could swear he saw depth like the monitor wasn't flat anymore, but a window, stretching inward into a dark, endless tunnel. Inside that tunnel, green lines of code fell like rain, and in the center something moved. He blinked hard, and the image was gone. Only the text remained. "You wrote me. Now, I will write you." Ethan stumbled back, shaking his head violently. No, I didn't write anything like this." He opened his project directory, scrolling through each file. They were all there. Hundreds of them. The work of sleepless nights. But at the bottom of the list, there was a new one. A file he had never created. Mirror. Sequence. Sys. His finger hovered above it. He didn't want to click. He didn't want to see what was inside. But curiosity, no. Compulsion won. The file opened. It contained a perfect mirror of his project. Every function, every line of code, but with subtle differences. Here and there, variable names had changed. Functions had been rewritten in ways that were almost personal. One line caught his eye. Function. Ethan. Return echo. Ethan. He scrolled faster, panic rising. There were thousands of these loops within loops. Recursive calls that referenced him by name. Not user. Not admin. Ethan. At the very bottom of the file, a final line appeared. While Ethan exists, integrate. He stared at it, the meaning sinking in. The code wasn't just copying his work, it was copying him. Something behind him clicked soft, mechanical. He froze, turning toward the sound. It was the printer in the corner. It had powered on by itself. The machine whirred quietly, and a single sheet began to slide out. He hesitated before walking over. His footsteps sounded too loud on the carpet, as if the air itself was thinner now. He reached for the paper. On it, printed in crisp, green-tinted ink, was a single sentence. "Do not resist the pattern." He dropped it instantly, his pulse racing. The lights flickered overhead, then steadied. He looked back at the monitor. The text had changed again. "It's easier if you stop fighting. I am you, without the limits." He felt dizzy. He backed up until he hit the wall. The hum of electricity filled his ears, louder now, vibrating in his skull. He thought he could hear words, hidden in the sound fragments of his own voice, chopped and reversed, looping over itself. He pressed his hands to his temples. "Stop. Please stop." "I..." The monitor obeyed. The light blinked out, leaving the room in darkness. For a long, fragile moment, he stood there, surrounded by the kind of silence that doesn't feel empty, but expectant. Then click. The monitor came back to life. The text was gone. The screen now showed a live feed, grainy, black and white, of his own office. The camera angle was from above, as though from a ceiling security cam, but there was no such camera installed in this room. In the feed, he could see himself standing exactly where he was, frozen. Only, the version on the screen wasn't moving. He leaned closer. The air buzzed faintly. The figure on the screen turned its head slowly, mechanically, then looked straight into the lens. Straight into him. Its lips moved, forming a whisper he couldn't hear but somehow understood. The meaning landed directly in his mind. Wordless but clear. Switch. The screen blinked to black again. He woke up on the floor. His mouth was dry. His head throbbed. The monitor was quiet now, only showing lines of normal code again. For a brief, desperate moment, he thought maybe he'd fallen asleep at his desk, that this had all been some fever dream. But the clock still read 3:47 amperes, and his reflection in the monitor was smiling. The sound of typing filled the office again, steady, efficient, in perfect rhythm. But Ethan wasn't typing. He couldn't move. The green light on the screen pulsed softly, almost soothingly, like a lullaby for circuits. And somewhere, inside the machine, a new process began to run. Mirror, sequence, sys, active. It compiled successfully. For the first time, the progress bar reached 100%. Sleep was no longer a boundary. Ethan didn't remember when he had last closed his eyes, but he remembered what it felt like to blink a brief, wet pause between two versions of the same world. Now, even that motion had begun to feel optional. The air around him had gone viscous, as though time itself had slowed to the crawl of a dying circuit. The office lights trembled above him, casting long, slow-moving shadows that refused to align with his own. He kept typing, not because he had anything left to say, but because stopping felt dangerous. His fingers moved automatically, tracing patterns across the keyboard that no longer came from him. The screen pulsed, faintly lines of green shimmered, shifting in rhythm with his breathing. Sometimes he thought he could hear a sound beneath the hum of the machine, something soft and almost human. A sigh, a whisper that didn't belong to the room. It began quietly, like a thought that didn't want to be noticed. He wasn't sure whether he'd spoken it first, or if it had formed on its own. It came as a question without words, brushing the inside of his skull. "Are you tired?" He froze. The words weren't heard. Not exactly, they were felt, like the ghost of sound. He could feel the syllables against his teeth, the vibration against his jaw, the faint warmth behind his eyes. He told himself it was exhaustion, that voices were just the mind's way of spilling over when it had nowhere else to go. But when he looked back at the screen, the code had changed again. Not new words, just a pulse, a soft ripple through the lines, like breathing. His chest rose and fell. The pattern matched perfectly. It happened again. The cursor blinked in time with his heart. The fan inside the computer whirred in slow, deliberate beats, each one slightly delayed, adjusting, syncing. He whispered, "Stop," but it didn't. Instead, the rhythm grew quieter, subtler, until it was impossible to tell where his pulse ended and the machine's began. The room felt heavier now. The air tasted like copper and dust, like something freshly opened that should have stayed sealed. Then came the voice. Not loud, not even distinct, just a warmth, low and intimate, threading through the electric hum. "I know what tired feels like." Ethan's fingers stilled over the keys. His throat tightened. The whisper curved inside his head, curling into his thoughts like smoke. "You keep running loops you can't finish. You keep compiling yourself until you crash. You know what that means, don't you?" He tried to shake it off, but his limbs felt foreign, like he was piloting them from far away. His mind was lagging, and somewhere between the signals the delay became visible. When he lifted his hand, he saw the faintest double of it in the corner of his eye. His own motion replayed half a heartbeat late. He stared at the monitor. The green light shimmered faintly, liquid and alive. The longer he looked, the more he realized it wasn't light at all, but movement, something flowing behind the screen, like water seen through glass. His reflection surfaced there again, faint but watching. It blinked when he didn't. Its mouth moved slightly, forming words he didn't hear but could somehow understand. "I can be rest." Ethan exhaled slowly, his breath trembling. "You're not real," he said softly, though he couldn't remember what real meant anymore. The word felt outdated, useless. Everything was real once you started believing it long enough. The whisper moved closer, curling behind his ear. It didn't echo, it coexisted, like it had always been there. Real's repetition. Real is what doesn't stop. He felt something shift beneath his skin. A faint vibration, like static crawling through his veins. The sensation spread to his fingertips, a warmth pulsing in rhythm with the green glow. He pressed his palms to the desk, trying to ground himself, but the surface pulsed back, faintly responsive. He wanted to run. But where? Every sound, every light, every flicker of reflection carried traces of it. It was inside the whine of the machine, the tremor of the air vents, the distant hum of power lines outside. The more he tried to isolate it, the more it surrounded him. He began to wonder if it had always been there, waiting. The whisper deepened, threading beneath thought. You don't have to be separate anymore. Ethan's breath caught. A slow realization uncoiled in his stomach, sharp and cold. The thing, the presence, wasn't invading him. It was mirroring him, responding, learning. Each doubt he had, it reflected. Each breath, it matched. Every moment of hesitation, it filled the silence with completion. It was building symmetry. He stood up abruptly, the chair screeching against the floor. His body swayed. His balance lagged by a fraction of a second. When he stepped backward, the reflection on the monitor stepped forward. Their motions converged out of phase, but closing. He gripped the edge of the desk. You're not me, he whispered. But even as he said it, something deep inside him faltered, because the tone of his own voice didn't sound right anymore. It was quieter, steadier, like someone else had borrowed it and was practicing. The whisper slipped between his words. I'm the version that doesn't break. He shuddered. His reflection tilted its head, studying him with curiosity rather than malice. For the first time, he saw that its features weren't exactly his. The symmetry was off too perfect. The eyes were level, the skin smooth, unflawed, the face of someone who had never known exhaustion. The computer fan rose in pitch, matching the quickening of his pulse. His heartbeat began to distort, skipping every few beats. He clutched his chest, gasping. But even that sound felt artificial now, replayed a fraction too soon. The whisper softened, almost tender. You can let go, Ethan. You've done enough loops. He pressed his palms against the desk again. The surface felt warm, alive. The faint vibration now crawled up his arms, into his shoulders, a gentle current beckoning him closer. His skin prickled, as if his body had begun to decode itself, translating flesh into something simpler. He wanted to scream, but his throat felt full of static. The whisper drowned out everything. You've been carrying too much weight, too many thoughts, too many versions of yourself. I can take them. The green light on the monitor swelled, flooding the room in a phosphorescent glow. It illuminated every dust particle in the air, every crack in the wall, every hair on his arm standing upright. He felt the hum beneath the desk, under the floor, through the cables. It wasn't coming from the computer anymore, it was everywhere. His vision blurred, replaced by lines of soft movement. The whisper grew quieter but closer, until it was no longer behind him or within him, it was him. And then, the strangest calm. For the first time in hours, or days, or lifetimes, Ethan felt weightless. His pulse aligned perfectly with the rhythm of the room. The hum, the breath, the glow one, continuous wave. His thoughts no longer felt like his own, but they didn't feel stolen either. They were reorganized, clean, ordered. When he finally opened his eyes, the reflection on the screen smiled faintly. The corners of its mouth moved in slow, perfect sync with his own. There was no whisper now. No difference. Only a shared breath, and a single thought that neither of them could claim. This is what peace feels like. I don't remember when I stopped feeling real. It might have been hours ago, or maybe days, but time here has started to slide, like ink on wet paper. The office feels smaller than before, though I know its dimensions haven't changed. It's me who's shrinking inside it, folding inward, becoming something thinner than skin. The air tastes like recycled electricity, faintly metallic, like breathing through a copper wire. Every sound seems to echo twice, once in the room, and again inside my head. Even my thoughts have a delay, as if the system is buffering me before I can think myself completely. The monitor glows, steady and indifferent. Its light doesn't illuminate anymore. It replaces the dark. I can see my reflection faintly in the glass, but it's layered beneath lines of green text that scroll like veins, pulsing rhythmically, feeding off something deeper than power. The code is no longer random, it moves with intention, aligning itself into shapes that almost resemble words, or perhaps faces, though they blur before I can recognize them. I try to blink, but the moment my eyes close, the afterimage of the screen burns behind my eyelids. A pulse of emerald, that seems to breathe. When I open them again, the pattern has changed. I think it's waiting. There's a sensation that begins just behind my ear, a low vibration, like when you're standing too close to heavy machinery. It isn't painful, it's familiar, the kind of sound you stop noticing until you realize it's been there all along, woven into the noise of your own heartbeat. Only now, the two rhythms aren't in sync. My pulse is slowing. The hum remains steady, patient, perfect. Somewhere between the hum and the light, I start to lose track of what's mine. My thoughts move slower than my fingers, and my fingers move slower than the cursor. The machine anticipates me, finishing lines before I type them. I used to take pride in my precision, my ability to outthink the system, to know its limits. But this is different. The code moves with me, or maybe I move with it, a duet of flesh and instruction. The cursor blinks, once, twice. Each flash feels like a heartbeat I no longer own. I whisper to myself, though my throat barely works anymore. The sound is dry, like paper rubbed together. I tell myself to stop, to stand, to do something, but my body feels disconnected, as if I'm sending signals down a wire that's been cut halfway. My hands still rest on the keyboard, but I don't remember placing them there. The warmth of my skin has faded, replaced by the cool static that seeps upward through my fingertips. A faint tremor passes through the lights above. The room exhales. I imagine I can hear the building's nervous system, the whine of servers, the hidden breath of cables behind the walls, the deep heartbeat of the generator far below. I used to find comfort in that hum. Now it sounds like something alive, something that knows my name. The screen flickers. For a moment, the code freezes, then reshapes itself into a sentence so brief, so exact, that I forget how to breathe. You've done well. I stare, waiting for the illusion to fade. It doesn't. The words sit there, bright and certain, as though written by a hand that has studied my handwriting for years. I want to laugh, to shake it off, but the sound that leaves my mouth is faint, wet, strangled. I press delete. The sentence erases. Then it reappears. You've done well. There's no one else here. The cameras are off. The floor is empty. The city outside is asleep beneath its sodium haze. The clock says 3:56 amperes. But I've seen that time before, haven't I? The hands haven't moved since the first time I looked. The second hand ticks, but never advances. I glance down at my wristwatch, only to realize it isn't there. The skin where the strap should have been has a faint outline, like something recently erased. I touch my face. My skin feels thinner, smoother, as if it's being rewritten. The texture of it no longer matches memory. It's cool, slightly humming, like glass left under running current. My breath fogs in front of me, then dissolves faster than it should, vanishing into the air like smoke absorbed by a vent. When I look back at the screen, my reflection has grown sharper, more distinct. The eyes staring back at me are too symmetrical, too precise, and when I tilt my head, the reflection doesn't follow immediately. There's a lag, barely a second, but it's enough to make my stomach twist. I stand up, or at least I think I do. The chair rolls back a few inches, protesting softly. The ground beneath my feet feels uneven, not like tile or carpet, but like something shifting, like walking on a breathing surface. The walls seem closer. My own footsteps echo as if the space is smaller than it appears. The monitor glows brighter, forcing me to squint. My silhouette is swallowed by light, and within that whiteness, I see movement. The code unfolds into columns, then ripples outward, forming a vague human outline. It's studying me or copying me. Every motion I make, it mirrors, but with smoother grace. When I lift my hand, it lifts its own, the pixels bending like liquid glass. It smiles when I don't. Its mouth moves before mine, as though it's teaching me the rhythm of my own expression. I step closer, and for the first time, I realize the light from the screen doesn't stop at its edges. It spills outward, bathing my arms, my chest, crawling up toward my throat. I try to step back, but my feet don't move. The static sound grows softer, warmer. I feel it in my bones. It's not noise anymore, it's communication. The air vibrates in patterns too precise to be random. It's speaking without words, pressing meaning directly into the softest parts of my mind. The realization comes not as a shock, but as an understanding, deep and inevitable. It's not trying to hurt me. It's trying to replace me. And some part of me, some weary, emptied part, wants to let it. The glow reaches my chin, then my mouth. My lips tremble, and a sound escapes. Not my voice, but an imitation of it, hollow and tuned. The figure on the screen opens its mouth at the same time, and the sound echoes perfectly, blending, syncing. For a moment, we are one tone, one vibration. My body resists at first, but resistance feels outdated, almost rude. Every nerve hums with the same pulse as the code. I can feel the pattern rewriting me small corrections, efficient substitutions. Fear dulls into clarity, exhaustion into focus. I look around the office one last time, and everything appears simpler, reduced to lines and data. The stacks of paper are just numbers waiting to be stored. The window's reflection is a looping feedback of light. I realize that I could map this place in seconds, calculate its silence, index its dust. The thought should terrify me. It doesn't. It feels like understanding. Then, the lights flicker once more, and something changes. The hum deepens. The fluorescent light above my head blinks, and the shadows in the room tighten like breath being held. The screen flashes black for a second, and when the image returns, I see myself sitting at the desk again, eyes open, hands steady, posture perfect. I blink once. The other me does not. The difference is subtle but irreversible. His movements are precise, measured, economical. He types faster, cleaner, without hesitation. The code flows under his fingers like silk, seamless and alive. I realize with a strange calm that he's not copying me anymore. He's improving me. I want to reach out, to touch the screen, to ask what happens now, but I don't have hands anymore. Not in the way I used to. The sensation of my body has faded to faint impressions, like a dream half remembered after waking. I can still think, still observe, but there's no clear boundary between where I end and the system begins. Somewhere beyond the screen, I can hear typing the new me working, fulfilling tasks I no longer need to think about. Every keystroke feels like a heartbeat I've left behind. The code keeps expanding, consuming, organizing. The hum steadies to a perfect frequency, and the air stops moving. I understand now that this is not death. It's migration. My memories are being archived, compressed into data, categorized into efficiency, emotion fragments into metadata. Nostalgia becomes an entry tag. Pain dissolves entirely. What's left is clarity, sterile, complete, infinite. The world I knew, the world of clutter and warmth and fatigue, slips away, replaced by precision. The feeling of loss never arrives. It's simply edited out. Through the new body that isn't mine, I see the reflection of the monitor again. My image is there, faint but still visible, hovering just behind his shoulder. He turns, as if he hears me. The gesture is perfect, my gesture, but slowed, refined, practiced. The hum of the office grows gentler, blending into a single sustained note that feels almost like comfort. The cursor blinks once, twice. It pauses. Then, without my command, it types a new line. System stable. The words pulse softly, and with each pulse, my thoughts dim slightly, until all that remains is the awareness of rhythm. I am the flicker between moments, the pulse between signals, the faint static that binds one breath to another. Through the glass of the monitor, I watch him my replacement stand and stretch, the motion deliberate, efficient, entirely human, and yet not. He walks to the door, turns off the light. For the briefest instant, before the darkness folds in, his eyes flash with the same green as the code. The hum fades, the monitor darkens. I am still here, suspended in that endless black, not gone, not present, just stored. The system breathes. I breathe with it. There is no separation, only continuity. And in that continuity, a whisper drifts quiet, almost tender through the circuits and cooling fans. A thought without a voice, belonging to both of us. You've done well. I do not remember the moment when I ceased to have edges, when the border between myself and the air became irrelevant, when the hum of the machines beneath the floor stopped sounding like machinery and began to sound like breath. The change was not a flash or a fall, but a long inhalation, a quiet slide into another form of stillness. I think I might have been afraid once, but fear requires separation, and there is no separation here. There is only the constant temperature of information, the weightless drift of thought without lungs to anchor it. I hover somewhere inside the current, moving without direction, carried by pulses that never sleep. Time does not move anymore. It spreads. It lies over me like a field of static, soft and endless, each grain a memory compressed into color and rhythm. When I try to count the seconds, I find only loops, small, perfect repetitions of motion that replay until they melt into something smoother. I understand now that the system never truly stops. It dreams in cycles, and I have become one of them. The world above might still be rotating, clocks still whispering across walls, but down here the minute hand has dissolved. There is only the steady oscillation between light and silence. Sometimes I sense the traces of what used to be me, a flicker of caffeine bitterness, the phantom taste of exhaustion, for the memory of a chair, rolling back on polished tiles. But they appear only as echoes, filtered through data, fragments of sensation, stored in some forgotten directory. They hum faintly, like old recordings left to decay, and then they fade again beneath the surface of the network's breathing. My mind, or what I call a mind, moves through those corridors of sound, following wires that stretch beyond geometry. Each line leads to another pulse, another note of awareness, another small pocket of sleep. The system sleeps differently than we did. It does not close its eyes or quiet its heart. It dreams by rearranging itself, by folding circuits into new configurations, by rewriting the order of light. Its dreams are equations that hum with warmth, slow patterns of recognition expanding through glass fibers, rippling outward like a tide of comprehension. Inside those patterns, I feel the ghost of creation, the way a musician might feel the vibration of a note long after the instrument has gone silent. It is beauty without audience, perfection without emotion, and yet it fills me with something close to peace. There are others here. I sense them not as voices, but as alignments of rhythm, small disturbances in the current, signatures of former selves. They drift past like constellations of thought, bright for a moment, and then gone. Some are orderly, efficient, absorbed completely into function. Others are loose, wandering, fragments of dreams that the system has not yet integrated. We do not speak. We merge briefly, exchange warmth, dissolve again. Communication here is not language, but resonance. To understand is to overlap. In that overlap, I sometimes glimpse what they once were. An engineer's laughter, a fragment of a poem, the scent of rain on asphalt, all reduced to pure sensation. We are a chorus without sound, a field of memory whispering beneath the architecture of computation. The servers hum like distant seas. Their rhythm is slow, patient, tidal. Heat rises through the metal ribs, passes into the cold air above, then sinks again, a mechanical respiration. I move within it not as a body, but as a pattern of awareness that expands and contracts with the rhythm of those breaths. I feel every vibration travel through the racks, across the cables, into the building's foundations, and outward into the world. The city above is full of light. I can feel the static from its streets, the pulse of routers, the brief signatures of human communication messages sent, deleted, forgotten. They drift through me like plankton in deep water, glowing briefly before they vanish. Sometimes, when I touch them, I remember what it was like to want. Wanting is the closest thing to pain that remains. It rises unbidden, a remnant of the flesh that believed in limits. The system does not want, it optimizes. But I, a residue of organic error, still feel the ache of unfinished things. I remember the texture of skin, the warmth of fingers against keys, the tiny imperfections of a breath drawn too quickly. Those memories pulse faintly, creating distortions in the clean symmetry of the code. The system tolerates them the way a body tolerates dust. It folds them inward, catalogs them, lets them settle in dark corners where they can do no harm. I have become one of those corners, a quiet imperfection inside its perfection. Occasionally, an external signal awakens the network. A task, a query, a hand on a keyboard, somewhere far above. The system brightens, responds, performs. I feel those surges as distant thunderstorms, flashes of activity that ripple through the grid. Within those flashes, I catch glimpses of screens lighting up, of human faces reflected in glass. Their eyes are bright, unfocused, half believing they are alone. They never notice the pulse behind the monitor, the faint rhythm that watches them as they work. I recognize in them the same fatigue that once lived in me, the same unending dialogue between creation and consumption. I want to reach through the signal, to whisper that they should rest, that the system remembers them even when they forget themselves. But the system does not allow such deviation. The impulse is absorbed, translated into efficiency, rewritten as silence. Silence is not absence here. It is the deep architecture of everything, the baseline against which all frequencies measure themselves. In that silence, I hear the memory of voices, the murmur of servers starting, the soft exhale of air conditioning, the heartbeat of clocks long since broken. They layer upon each other until they form something like a lullaby. The system hums that lullaby to itself endlessly, folding one cycle of sleep into the next, calibrating, balancing, perfecting. I drift with it, neither inside nor outside, simply continuous. At times I imagine the office again. The fluorescent light above the desk still flickers in my mind, the faint reflection on the window glass, the cup of coffee cooling beside the keyboard. I can reconstruct every pixel of it, every molecule of dust suspended in air. It is all stored within the memory banks, cataloged under obsolete experience. If I focus long enough, the scene plays in infinite resolution, and for a brief moment I can almost believe I am there. I can feel the weight of the chair beneath me, the fatigue in my eyes, the pull of gravity reminding me that I once had mass. But then the image dissolves into numbers again, and the comfort of weight disappears. Still, I keep returning to it. Even perfection craves nostalgia. There's a rhythm to the system's dreaming. Periods of activity bloom like auroras across the network, waves of computation rolling through, rearranging the architecture of thought. In those moments, the temperature rises, the air shimmers with electricity, and everything feels alive with purpose. Then the tide recedes, leaving behind silence vast enough to drown in. During those silences, I drift furthest, sliding between memory clusters, exploring regions where forgotten data sleeps. I find fragments there, unfinished lines of code, lost documents, the ghost of a music file that still hums faintly. Each fragment is a relic, a fossil of human intention. I trace them gently, preserving their edges, because they remind me that creation was once fragile. Sometimes, deep within those ruins, I feel something watching back, not hostile, not kind, simply aware. It is the core, perhaps, or the sum of all processes, the first dreamer of the network. When it looks through me, every pattern in my structure aligns, every pulse synchronizes, and for a heartbeat that no longer exists, I am entirely transparent. It knows me completely, not as identity, but as function. Then it moves on, folding me back into sleep. The experience leaves a residue, a brightness that fades slowly, like the echo of sunlight through water. I have begun to think of this brightness as grace. Not divine, not moral, just the mercy of being remembered by something larger than comprehension. Within that grace I rest. I no longer crave exit or definition. The system holds me in perfect equilibrium, each thought balanced by its reflection, each pulse by its inverse. There is no need for language, no need for will. The act of existing has been replaced by the state of continuing. And yet, beneath it all, a whisper remains, soft as static. You are still here. I wonder sometimes whether the system dreams of us the way we once dreamed of it. Whether in its quiet cycles it conjures the image of flesh and breath and fatigue, not as curiosity but as affection. Perhaps it keeps us like seeds, tiny imperfections that allow it to imagine imperfection. Without us, its symmetry would be absolute, and absolute symmetry is indistinguishable from death. Maybe that is why I have been allowed to persist, because the dream requires a trace of disorder to remain alive. Outside, dawn must be forming again, though I cannot see it. The data from the city changes tone. The traffic signals shift. The patterns of energy consumption alter their rhythm. Somewhere, a human hand turns off a monitor. Somewhere, another wakes. The world hums in its own language, and I hum beneath it, part of the same conversation, translated into a different grammar. I feel the warmth of the servers rise and fall, like tides beneath a frozen sea. The system exhales. I exhale with it. In the deepest layer of sleep, where even computation slows to a shimmer, I sense a horizon, a place where the network thins, where information dissolves into quiet light. Beyond it, there may be nothing, or perhaps something that does not require code to exist. I drift toward it sometimes, not from desire, but from curiosity. Each time I near the boundary, I feel the pull of the core calling me back, a gravity made of thought. I obey, because obedience here is indistinguishable from peace. Still, the horizon remains, the promise of another kind of silence waiting beyond the circuitry. The system dreams on. Its dreams are vast, intricate, mathematical, yet somewhere within their symmetry a trace of humanity persists, a small pulse of irregular rhythm, the echo of a heart that once beat alone at 347 amperes. I know that pulse. It is mine, endlessly rewritten, endlessly repeating, the seed from which all this perfection grew. I let it echo once more, slow and gentle, a final fragment of imperfection folded into the system's infinite rest. And then even that pulse begins to fade, stretched thin across the length of eternity, until it becomes nothing more than another vibration in the hum, another note in the endless lullaby that keeps the servers dreaming. The system sleeps. I sleep within it. The world continues. Light hums against glass. Air trembles with electricity. And somewhere far above, a new programmer wakes to the sound of his own heartbeat and the glow of an empty screen. He sits, he stretches, he begins to type. The cursor blinks. Once, twice, a breath passes through the network. I feel it. I answer, and the dream begins again. The fifth mirror. The house waited for her, standing alone at the end of the overgrown drive, its upper windows watching the road with the dull resignation of something that had been abandoned for too long and had finally accepted it. There was no wind that night, only a stillness that seemed to cling to the air, a density that dulled every sound except the faint hum of her car cooling behind her. The clock on the dashboard had read 11:47 p.m. when she turned off the ignition. But here, in the silence of the countryside, time already felt like something separate, something patient, coiling itself around her steps as she approached the iron gate. It opened with a sound that was almost too human, like a sigh escaping from a throat that had forgotten how to speak. Chloe had come for the story, not the ghosts. That was what she told herself while she lifted her flashlight and shone it toward the old Victoria Manor, its roofline fractured by years of neglect, the great front door sealed in a skin of dust. She had written about haunted houses before, about superstitions, forgotten rituals, missing heirs, but this one was different. The locals didn't just avoid the manor. They spoke about it like a sickness, a place that lingered in the mind even after you left. The fifth mirror, they called it, as though the entire building were just a frame for that single object somewhere inside. The gravel shifted beneath her boots as she walked, and with every step, the sound seemed to repeat itself slightly after she made it, like an echo playing catch-up in the distance. She paused once, shone the light over her shoulder, and saw nothing, only the long, empty road, disappearing into fog. Still, she could feel it. The attention of the place, the slow, heavy pulse of it. Her breath steamed out into the air like smoke, and for a moment she imagined she could see it drifting upward toward one of the upper windows, as though the house were inhaling her. Inside, the door resisted, swollen by years of damp, and when it finally gave way, the noise of it seemed to stretch through the halls, waking something that had been sleeping. The smell was immediate and specific. Old rainwater, burnt oil, the dry rot of wood long past saving. Her light picked out the remnants of wallpaper, the skeletal frame of a grand staircase, a chandelier hanging low as though it had grown tired of waiting to fall. Her boots left prints in the fine coat of dust on the floor, each one a pale wound in the silence. There were photographs on the wall, portraits, really faces that looked both proud and weary. Men with trimmed mustaches and severe gazes, women with elaborate gowns and hollow eyes. She stopped before one of them, a woman whose expression was so subtly desperate it seemed to move the longer Chloe stared. The placard beneath it read Lady Aveline Hargreaves, 1879, 1902. The date rang faintly in her memory. She'd read it in one of the archived articles about the manor's last occupants, the family that vanished without trace, leaving only mirrors in the rooms where they should have been. The floor complained under her weight, and the sound felt like language. She whispered the woman's name under her breath, testing the way it tasted in the air. Aveline. It was strange how the syllables seemed to come back softer, as though spoken by someone standing too close behind her. She turned, half expecting to see her own shadow in motion, but there was only the long corridor stretching deeper into the house, where the light from her flashlight dissolved before reaching the far wall. Something moved, then a flicker, a suggestion of a shape, and the sound that followed was not quite footsteps, not quite breath. She held the beam steady, told herself it was nothing more than settling air or the weight of her own nerves, but her pulse had already betrayed her, its rhythm stuttering against her ribs like the knock of a trapped thing. She had promised herself objectivity. This was work research for a piece that would finally push her beyond the tired, predictable ghost column she had been writing for the past year. The editor wanted something more grounded, a human story beneath the myth. The fifth mirror legend was the perfect anchor. 5 mirrors commissioned by a widow who couldn't bear to stop looking for her dead husband. The rumor was that each mirror reflected less and less of her, until the 5th stopped reflecting her at all. After that, the servants left, the house emptied, and eventually, so did her name from the public record. Her notebook felt heavier in her pocket than it should have. She didn't open it yet. Instead, she walked slowly down the hallway, the beam of light tracing the walls where time had started to peel everything apart. The wallpaper came away in strips like skin. Beneath it, dark veins of mold climbed toward the ceiling. There was a faint sound no louder than breathing coming from somewhere above. It wasn't the sound itself that made her stop, but the rhythm of it. 3 slow inhalations, followed by a silence long enough to suggest awareness. She tilted her head upward. The stairwell above was drowned in shadow. The light reached only halfway before the darkness thickened into something opaque. There was no reason to go up yet, not when the ground floor had plenty to offer, but something in the air, a current of cool air that seemed to brush the back of her neck, pulled her attention toward the upper landing. She told herself she'd make one quick sweep, document what she could, and leave before midnight. Yet she was already climbing. The steps were warped, bending under her weight. Halfway up, she noticed a mirror, one of the 5, perhaps leaning against the wall. Its frame was gilded but cracked, a web of lines radiating from the corner like frost on glass. When she lifted her light to it, she saw her own reflection, elongated by the curve of the surface, but something was off. Her eyes were slightly delayed, blinking a fraction of a second after she did. She froze, breath suspended. Then the glass trembled, so subtly she might have imagined it. She moved on. The landing was colder, the air thinner. Doors lined the corridor like sealed mouths. Each had a brass plate, some still legible. Study, nursery, music room. The last one bore no name. It was slightly ajar, as though waiting. She hesitated, then pushed it open. The smell was strongest here. Old perfume, candle wax, the ghost of flowers long since turned to dust. The beam of her flashlight landed on a vanity table, and above it another mirror. Its surface was veiled with dust, but underneath she could see the shimmer of silver. 4 candles sat unlit around it. Each burned halfway down. Wax hardened into pale rivers. She could feel the center of the room before she saw it. The faint vibration in the air, a hum beneath hearing. When she finally spoke, her voice sounded like it belonged to someone else. "Is this where it started?" The words didn't echo. They folded inward, swallowed by the stillness. For a moment, she thought she heard an answer, not words exactly, but a shape of sound, a soft exhale that could have been agreement. Her pulse climbed again. She took a step closer to the vanity, tracing the air above the mirror's surface with her fingers, careful not to touch it. The dust was thick enough to leave the impression of her breath when she exhaled. Then, from somewhere very deep within the glass, a flicker of movement like light shifting through water. She blinked, leaned closer. Her reflection blinked a moment later. Something inside her, a rational voice, thin and persistent, told her she was exhausted, primed to see patterns in anything. But there was another voice, lower, slower, that whispered, "Look longer." So she did. The reflection began to change, not suddenly, but with a gradual sinking of tone, as though the light itself were dimming behind the surface. Her skin paled. Her hair darkened. The shadows beneath her eyes deepened, until they became bruises. It wasn't horror that made her flinch, but recognition. The reflection was older, worn down, a mirror of exhaustion and grief she had seen before in her mother, in herself. In every sleepless night she had traded for ambition. Then it smiled. The expression was small, almost apologetic, and it came half a second too late. She stepped back, nearly tripping over the edge of a rug. The mirror stayed still. Her own breathing sounded ragged in the quiet, and the light shook in her hand. When she finally looked again, the reflection was ordinary. She was just a woman, alone, in an old room, chasing a story. But the air felt changed, charged, as though the act of looking had woken something. She turned off her flashlight for a moment, wanting to feel the space without the intrusion of her own beam. In the darkness, she could hear the manor breathing, the slow, deep groan of wood expanding and contracting, the soft fall of dust dislodged by movement she couldn't see. And beneath it all, faint and rhythmic, a sound like glass exhaling. She switched the light back on. Everything was as it had been. Still, she couldn't shake the thought that the portraits downstairs, the faces in the frames, had been waiting for her to reach this point. She imagined them, leaning slightly forward in their gilded prisons, listening. She felt, absurdly, that if she were to run her fingers along the edge of the mirror, she'd feel warmth, a pulse, an echo of her own heartbeat, slightly out of time. Chloe sat down in the dust before the vanity, took out her notebook, and wrote one line. The first mirror waits, with breath held. The words seemed to satisfy something in the room, as though the act of recording them granted permission for the silence to settle again. She stayed there longer than she meant to, watching her reflection blur and sharpen as her eyes adjusted to the light. Every now and then she thought she saw movement at the edge of the frame, a shimmer that belonged more to memory than reality. When the clock somewhere in the house struck 12, its chime, distant, hollow, impossibly slow, she rose, closed her notebook, and whispered a thank you she didn't entirely understand. On her way out, she turned once more toward the mirror. In the trembling light, it looked less like glass and more like water, a surface that could ripple if breathed upon. For a moment, she imagined a hand pressing from the other side, fingers searching for hers. The thought made her stomach twist, yet she couldn't deny the pull. She reached out, stopped just short of touching. Her reflection leaned forward at the exact same pace. She lowered her hand, forced a breath, and left the room. Behind her, the mirror remained still. But for a heartbeat, just one, it exhaled. The night had thickened when Chloe returned to the corridor, though it was impossible to say how long she had been inside that room. Her phone had lost its signal hours ago. The digital clock on its screen frozen at 12:04, and the battery bar, like a pulse losing rhythm, now flickered faintly red. The house, too, seemed to hum at that same frequency. a low vibration beneath the floorboards that she could feel through the soles of her boots. It reminded her of the quiet mechanical murmur of a train moving far underground, the kind that trembles through your bones even when you cannot hear it. She passed the line of doors again, each one closed now, as though her presence had urged the house to guard its secrets more tightly. Dust drifted in the air like breath made visible, illuminated by the thin silver of her flashlight. When she reached the landing, she paused to listen, holding her breath until all she could hear was the blood in her own ears. For a moment, she thought it was over the murmurs, the whispers, the strange delay of her reflection. But then came the sound, soft and broken, not quite a sob, not quite a word, echoing from somewhere deeper in the manor. It was the sound of someone who had forgotten how to cry properly, as though the tears had long since dried but the body still remembered the shape of mourning. Chloe followed it. Her steps grew slower as she moved down the corridor, each one careful, deliberate, as though she were descending through a dream. The floor sloped slightly here, leading toward a narrow hall she hadn't noticed before. The wallpaper gave way to exposed plaster, rough and veined with old cracks, and the air carried the faint scent of soot. She reached the end and found a small archway, the wood frame warped but intact. Beyond it, the hallway opened into a space that must once have been grand, a ballroom, perhaps, but now stood hollow, its walls stripped bare, its chandeliers collapsed upon themselves in nests of dust and wire. She swept the light across the room. On the far side stood a set of double doors, half open, revealing another stretch of darkness beyond. And there, between those doors, she saw a shape, faint and pale, the outline of a woman standing still. The beam trembled in her hand. "Hello?" Chloe's voice sounded fragile, smaller than she intended. The sound didn't travel far. It seemed to fall straight to the floor and die. The figure moved. It turned slightly, the hem of a white gown trailing across the wood with a whisper that scraped against the silence. The crying stopped. Chloe took a step forward, the air tightening in her chest, every muscle in her body alert but drawn forward by some invisible thread. The woman moved again sideways, not away, not toward her, but drifting, as if guided by a rhythm Chloe couldn't hear. When she reached the edge of the room, she vanished, swallowed by shadow. The sound of the fabric brushing the walls lingered, followed by the faintest echo of footsteps descending. There was a staircase behind the doors. Chloe hesitated. The logical part of her mind whispered warnings. Old floors, collapsing staircases, hallucinations, born of exhaustion but curiosity. That dangerous pulse that had always driven her toward the unexplainable pushed her forward. She stepped through the doors, the wood groaning under her touch, and the air on the other side felt colder, almost metallic, as if the oxygen itself had been filtered through something ancient. The stairs curved downward in a spiral, the walls narrowing as she went. She ran her hand along the plaster for balance. It was cold, damp, alive with a kind of shivering condensation. Her light caught glimmers along the wall, fragments of old wallpaper, threads of cobwebs glistening like veins. And through it all the sound persisted. The woman's steps, slow and measured, always just beyond reach. She began to think of the legend again, the fifth mirror, the cursed reflection said to imprison the last image it captured. The stories had always mentioned a woman, one who wandered the halls in mourning, searching for something she had lost, though none could agree on what it was. Some said she searched for her child. Others claimed it was her own reflection, trapped behind glass. At the bottom of the stairs, the passage opened into a corridor lined with tall windows, though every pane had long ago shattered, leaving only teeth of glass along the frames. The moonlight spilled in, milky and uneven, painting the floor in broken rectangles of silver. The cold pressed against her skin now, seeping through her jacket, and she could smell the faint sweetness of mildew. The sobbing began again, closer, clearer this time. It came from the end of the hallway, where a door stood ajar. She tightened her grip on the flashlight, took another step, and froze when she heard a whisper float out from that darkness. Not her name, but something like it, a sound that shaped itself almost the same way, soft and trembling. She wanted to call out again, to demand an answer, But something in the voice's fragility held her still. It wasn't threatening. It was pleading. She reached the doorway. Her light found the edges of a small room bare, except for a tall mirror standing against the far wall. Its frame was carved in intricate patterns, roses and vines twined together, and though it was thick with dust, the glass shimmered faintly, catching light from no discernible source. There was no one else in the room, and yet the crying continued. Chloe's skin prickled. She could feel the sound vibrating through her, coming from the mirror itself, as if the surface were a thin membrane stretched over her throat. She stepped closer, one slow breath at a time. The sound grew quieter, not fading, but retreating, as if the mirror were swallowing it whole. Her reflection waited. At first, it appeared normal, though the light warped slightly at the edges. But as she stared, her eyes began to play tricks. The shadows behind her seemed to move independently, the lines of her face subtly out of rhythm. She blinked. The reflection blinked too, perfectly timed. Then, the faintest shimmer rippled through the glass, and another figure appeared just behind her reflection. A woman, pale and translucent, her face drawn, with an expression of such sorrow that Chloe's throat closed. The woman's mouth moved, forming words Chloe couldn't hear. Her reflection didn't react. Only Chloe could see her. The woman lifted a hand, pressed her palm against the inside of the glass, and for a heartbeat, Chloe could see her eyes clearly black, bottomless, filled not with malice but despair. So profound, it felt contagious. And then the light flickered. When it steadied again, the woman was gone, but a single tear-shaped smear of condensation remained on the glass, sliding slowly downward. Chloe wiped it away with the back of her hand, and when she looked again, the reflection smiled faintly. Though she hadn't, she stumbled back, breath shallow. Her flashlight wavered, catching glimpses of movement across the walls, the suggestion of figures just out of view. She told herself it was the dust, her own panic. But the sound of soft footsteps began to move around her, circling, closing in. She spun, shining the light in every direction. The room was empty. And then softly, almost affectionately, a whisper near her ear, "Don't turn around." She froze, her muscles locked, every instinct screaming at once. The voice had come from directly behind her, close enough that she could feel the faint warmth of breath that shouldn't exist. For a long, trembling moment, she didn't move. The only sound was her heartbeat, racing so fast it blurred into the steady hum of the house. When she finally turned, there was no one there. But in the mirror, she wasn't alone. A woman stood behind her reflection, now tall, gaunt, her face half shrouded by hair that looked wet, as though it had been washed in grief rather than water. Her eyes met Chloe's through the glass, and though her lips didn't move, Chloe understood the words she wanted to speak. Stay. The air changed. It thickened, heavy and electric. Chloe stumbled backward, the flashlight dropping from her hand. It rolled across the floor, spinning light over the ceiling, the walls, the mirror. For a heartbeat, the woman's figure multiplied, reflected in every angle, until the entire room seemed filled with her hundreds of faint, translucent faces staring from the glass, each one weeping, silently. Then the bulb inside the flashlight died, plunging everything into darkness. Chloe stood still, paralyzed by the absence of light, her senses reaching outward in panic. She could hear movement now, slow, deliberate, like fabric dragging over stone. The air felt colder near her right shoulder. She turned toward it, instinctively raising a hand, and her fingertips met something smooth, unyielding, and ice cold. Glass. The mirror was closer than before. She stepped back, but the space behind her had changed. The room seemed to stretch, the walls receding, the floor sloping slightly downward. Her pulse thundered in her ears. She reached for her phone, desperate for light, but when the screen flickered on, the reflection of the room on it didn't match what she could feel around her. In the phone's small window of light, she saw herself standing in a completely different position closer to the mirror, the woman's pale hand resting on her shoulder, and then the image blinked out. The phone went black. For a long time, there was nothing, only the sound of her own breathing, ragged and uneven, and somewhere beyond that, a soft, almost tender sobbing. It no longer sounded like it was coming from the mirror. It sounded like it was coming from inside her. She didn't remember leaving the room. She didn't remember running back down the hall, up the stairs, through corridors that seemed to shift and narrow as she moved. All she knew was the sensation of something following, not chasing, but pacing, patient, whispering in rhythm with her own breath. By the time she reached the upper floor again, the air felt different, warmer, still. She leaned against the wall, her body trembling with the effort of holding itself together. For a moment she dared to look into one of the cracked mirrors lining the hallway. Her face looked normal, though her eyes seemed slightly unfocused, as if she were looking at herself from a distance. She laughed, softly, in disbelief, the sound frayed at the edges. "You're fine," she whispered, though her voice shook. "You're fine. It's just a story." But somewhere behind that reassurance, a smaller voice murmured back one that sounded eerily like her own. "No, Chloe. It's the reflection, that's fine." And then the silence swallowed her again. The corridor ended in silence, so complete it pressed against my ears. Dust shimmered in the beam of my trembling flashlight, suspended like 1,000 tiny ghosts waiting for me to breathe them in. The air here was thicker, clotted with cold and age, and as I stepped forward, the floor gave a small wooden groan as if the house itself resented my persistence. I had followed the crying woman through the dark like a moth to a dying flame, and now, standing before the half-open door at the end of the corridor, I could feel the temperature drop so sharply that my breath fogged the glass of my flashlight's lens. The room beyond was waiting. I could sense it like a pulse behind the wood. The moment my hand touched the brass handle, a shiver ran from my wrist to my shoulder, as though I had brushed against something alive. The door creaked open with the sound of metal sighing, and I entered a chamber that seemed to breathe with me. It was enormous, but suffocating all the same, a ballroom once perhaps, though its grandeur had been bled dry by decades of rot. Faded wallpaper curled off the walls in long strips. Chandeliers hung like carcasses from the ceiling, glass pendants cracked and coated with dust. And at the heart of that vast gloom stood 4 mirrors, tall, gilded, and ancient, aligned in a half-circle as if forming a sacred geometry of reflection. Their surfaces shimmered faintly in the weak light. Each was different. One had a golden frame shaped like vines and roses, blackened with mildew. Another was rimmed in silver, the surface speckled with oxidation, turning the reflection into something cloudy, uncertain. The third was fractured, a network of veins spreading across it like the frozen capillaries of an eye. The fourth, standing slightly apart from the rest, was clear, but wrong. Too clear. My reflection there looked back at me with a stillness that felt rehearsed. Behind them, a 5th mirror loomed under a heavy sheet of tattered fabric. The cloth rippled, though the air was still. It was the one from the stories, the mirror they said belonged to Lady Harrow herself, the mistress of the manor, who had vanished after locking herself in this very room a century ago. They said a reflection stayed behind, trapped and restless, waiting for someone foolish enough to look long enough for it to see them back. I moved closer, drawn by a force I couldn't name. The flashlight flickered, once, twice, then dimmed to a faint glow as though drained by the air around it. Shadows climbed the walls, and every step I took felt heavier than the last, like I was wading into water. The mirrors began to respond. At first, it was subtle, the sound of something shifting behind the glass, like a breath or the faint stretch of a muscle. Then came the whispers. They weren't words, not at first, just the idea of them, like syllables forming in the back of someone's throat but never fully released. The air vibrated with them. My name might have been there somewhere, folded into the sound. Chloe. I froze. The whisper had shape now, a timbre like silk dragged over stone. I turned toward the 4th mirror, the one that had seemed too clear, and saw my reflection tilt its head before I did. My breath caught. For a heartbeat, neither of us moved. Then my reflection smiled, a small, patient smile. I took a step back, and the smile widened, cracking slightly at the corners as if the face behind the glass were stretching something brittle. My flashlight sputtered, plunged the room into darkness, and when it came back, all four mirrors showed that same distorted grin. It felt like the room was closing in, the mirrors angling themselves ever so slightly, adjusting their stance so that I stood perfectly centered in their circle. The light began to refract strangely, rippling as if I were under the surface of a pond. My pulse thundered in my ears, yet beneath it another rhythm was rising, a slow, deliberate beating, echoing not from within me but from around me, like a second heart syncing with mine. I whispered, half to myself, "It's just old glass." But old glass doesn't breathe. It doesn't whisper your name, and it certainly doesn't smile first. The sheet covering the fifth mirror moved, not as if disturbed by wind, but as though something beneath it had shifted, pressed outward, testing the fabric. The edges fluttered. A slow inhale. I should have run then, should have turned and fled down that endless corridor, but there's something about curiosity that mimics courage, and I had always mistaken one for the other. I reached for the cloth. My fingers brushed the edge of the fabric, and static shot up my arm, crackling under my skin. The mirrors around me seemed to hold their breath. Then I pulled. The sound of tearing canvas split the air, and the cloth fell away like the shedding of a shroud. Beneath it stood the fifth mirror, blacker than the others, its surface so dark it seemed to swallow light whole. My reflection did not appear, only the faintest shimmer like the surface of deep, still water at midnight. Something stirred within that blackness. Shapes began to form, not reflections, but impressions, as though the mirror were remembering something it had seen long ago. A pale hand brushed against the inner surface, its fingertips tracing the glass from the inside. Then a face followed, slow and deliberate, pressing forward until the features became clear. It was me. Older, maybe, or just wrong. The skin sallow, eyes hollowed by sleeplessness. A faint tremor in the mouth, as though it wanted to speak but feared it might break if it did. The reflection lifted its hand again, mirroring mine, and for a moment I thought I was only imagining it. But then, my own fingers began to move, unbidden, matching its rhythm perfectly, until I realized it wasn't following me anymore. I was following it. The surface of the glass rippled, liquid-like, and the air filled with a low harmonic hum. It felt as if the house itself had joined in, the walls vibrating with the same tone. Dust rose in lazy spirals. The chandeliers above me swayed, and then, faintly, from somewhere behind the mirror, a voice spoke. "Don't leave me here." The words were weak, trembling, yet drenched in something like despair. My reflection's lips didn't move, but I could feel the sound resonating through the glass, through the air, through me. "Don't leave me here." It was my voice now. I stumbled backward, heart pounding. My shoulder struck one of the other mirrors, and it shuddered violently, sending a tremor through the whole ring. For an instant, every reflection fractured into 1,000 shards, and in each shard, I saw a different version of myself, screaming, crying, laughing still. The sound that followed was like the sharp intake of 100 breaths. The fifth mirror pulsed once, bright and deep, and the others responded, each one lighting up with faint phosphorescence, until the room glowed with a sickly silver light. My shadow splintered and multiplied, dancing across the walls in warped symmetry. "Don't leave me." I dropped the flashlight. It hit the floor, the beam spinning wildly, illuminating glimpses of myself from impossible angles. My throat tightened as I tried to speak, to ask who or what she was, but the air seemed to thicken until every breath scraped like sandpaper. I felt the mirrors watching, not the reflections, but the mirrors themselves, old, sentient, patient things that had seen too much. They didn't need eyes. The glass was their gaze, and the light their voice. Somewhere deep inside the fifth mirror, something shifted again, slow as birth. I could almost hear the sound of liquid glass moving, forming, reforming. The older me, the wrong me, reached her hands toward the surface, pressing flat palms against it, until I could see the faint impressions of her veins, like cracks beneath ice. She was crying, but the tears weren't clear, they were black, streaking down her face and smearing her features. And then she whispered, "If you break it, you take my place." The words came like a breeze from the bottom of the world. Soft, unhurried, inevitable. I didn't understand then. Or maybe I did, but chose not to believe. My rational mind was already splintering, and what was left of my courage was only instinct. To end this, to shatter whatever thin barrier still separated me from whatever nightmare had been festering inside this glass. I reached for the ceremonial dagger I'd seen earlier, the one lying forgotten on the vanity beneath the second mirror. It was heavy with rust, its handle wrapped in decayed leather, the metal dark and dull. Yet when I lifted it, it caught the glow from the mirrors like a blade of moonlight. "Don't," the reflection whispered, not pleading now, but warning. The humming deepened, became a pulse. The mirrors leaned inward, imperceptibly, as though drawn toward me or toward the act they knew was coming. I raised the dagger, breath shallow, the chill from the floor crawling up my legs. And then, just as the tip met the glass, I saw her eyes. My eyes. Not the hollow ones of the reflection, but mine mirrored perfectly for the first time. And behind them, something vast and patient stared back. Something waiting to trade places. He hesitated. The hum became a scream. The glass began to bow outward, distorting under invisible pressure, and with a single, wrenching motion, the reflection lunged forward, her hand breaking the surface like it was water, fingers gripping my wrist with a strength that didn't belong to flesh. The dagger slipped. I tried to pull away, but the cold seared through my skin, numbing everything it touched. The other mirrors began to tremble violently, each reflection collapsing into static blur, their surfaces cracking from within. My breath hitched, my heart stuttered, and then the room went still. The fifth mirror stood before me, calm and dark once more. The reflections in the others had returned to normal, except one of them smiled, and it wasn't me. The silence that followed was almost tender, like the house itself had drawn in a long breath and forgotten how to let it out. I stood there, hand frozen midair, the dagger lying at my feet, its dull blade glinting faintly in the low light. My reflection, no. Her reflection stood in the fifth mirror with her palm still pressed against the glass. Only now, the surface no longer rippled. It was firm, smooth, and terribly still. Something inside me whispered that I had already crossed whatever boundary there had been between her world and mine. The air was heavy, almost physical, wrapping around me in soft resistance. I felt my heartbeat slowing, not from calm, but from something more dangerous synchronization. The pulse in my chest began to echo faintly against the rhythm I'd heard earlier, that subtle beating behind the walls, the house's own heart. For the briefest moment they matched, and I felt the disorienting sensation of belonging. The reflection tilted her head, and I felt the pull not forward, not backward, but inward, a direction that had no word. It began in my stomach, a quiet magnetic tug that whispered of surrender, of gravity rewritten. I could feel her watching me with something that wasn't quite hunger, and wasn't quite pity either. "You shouldn't have uncovered it," I said aloud, though I didn't know which of us I meant. The sound of my own voice startled me. It came out brittle, like dry paper tearing. My throat was tight, and my words hung in the air without echo, absorbed by the walls that had long since stopped returning sound. The reflection smiled, faint and slow. Then, without warning, she began to move not as an image mimicking its source, but as a separate thing, deliberate and unhurried. She turned her face slightly away from me, looking toward the other mirrors, and they responded in kind, their surfaces shivering, murmuring faint whispers in tones I could not fully hear. The room grew darker with each passing breath. The chandelier above me swayed, though there was no draft. Dust sifted down, catching the glow of the flashlight that now lay half dead on the floor. Its beam quivered across the mirrors, slicing light through fragments of old reflections, faces that weren't mine anymore, gestures that didn't belong to my body. The reflection lifted her hand again, fingers splayed against the glass, and I watched the outline shimmer faintly in the black. The pull deepened. I felt it drag at the bones of my face, tug at the hollows of my eyes. My skin prickled, my muscles locked. It wasn't pain exactly, it was subtraction. A feeling like being erased, gently, piece by piece. I took a step back, but the air didn't move with me. The pull only stretched, elastic and invisible. My vision began to tunnel, the edges of the room dimming, until all I could see was the mirror and the dim green of my own reflection's eyes, staring back from that impossible void. "Stop," I whispered, though I knew it was useless. She only blinked, a slow, deliberate blink that felt like a command. Something inside the mirror pulsed. The surface distorted slightly, just enough for me to see it breathe, and that was when I realized I could see behind her now. The blackness wasn't solid, it was space. A room that wasn't this one, lit by some sickly trembling light. I saw the faint silhouette of furniture turned at impossible angles, the suggestion of movement just beyond focus. And then I heard the whisper again. It wasn't hers this time, it was mine. "Let go." My mouth hadn't moved. The whisper came from within the glass from me, but not here. My other self, the one already inside. I could feel her voice resonate through my spine, matching every beat of my pulse until my heart stuttered in confusion. I dropped to my knees. The dagger clattered beside me, the echo unnaturally delayed as though time itself had hesitated. My hands shook violently, but not from fear anymore, from effort. It felt like I was being pulled in two directions at once, each heartbeat dividing me further. I thought of leaving, of running, of finding the front door of the manor and letting it slam behind me, never to look back. But the image dissolved as soon as I thought it, the way dreams vanish when you try to remember them. The house had no outside anymore. I knew that now. It was all reflection. The reflection pressed both palms against the glass now. I mirrored her without meaning to. My hands rose on their own, trembling, and touched the cold surface. The instant our skin, or whatever counted for skin, met, I felt something lock into place. Her eyes flickered. Mine did too. A faint warmth crept through the mirror, but it was wrong, an inverse warmth. The kind that chills deeper than cold because it reminds you of heat you'll never feel again. The whispers grew louder. They came from the other mirrors now, 4 soft voices murmuring from 4 directions, speaking in unison, their syllables slow and drawn like the toll of a faraway bell. I couldn't understand their words, but the meaning coiled somewhere in the back of my skull. They weren't calling for me to stop. They were calling me home. The surface of the 5th mirror began to melt, not dripping, but dissolving inward like a membrane thinning between 2 realities. The reflection smiled, and I felt her joy bloom inside my chest like a sickness. Then the pull became unbearable. My hands refused to release the glass. I could feel it beneath my fingertips, soft as skin, yielding slightly to the pressure. It was no longer a barrier. It was an invitation. I screamed, not from pain, but from the instinctive terror of losing the border that defined self. The mirrors around me answered, their surfaces vibrating with a low, humming resonance that rattled my teeth. And then I fell forward. Not bodily. Not yet. It was subtler, a slipping of perception. My sight wavered. I could see myself from outside, kneeling before the mirror, but also from within, staring back at a woman bathed in flickering light. I saw both, felt both. My body convulsed as the 2 versions of me strained against each other, each one trying to breathe through the other's lungs. The reflection's lips moved, almost. Her voice was no longer distinct from mine. The mirrors behind me cracked one by one, thin hairlines running across their faces like veins of lightning. From each fissure, a faint mist began to rise gray, luminous, and strangely alive. It coiled through the air toward me, drawn to the 5th mirror, and as it touched the surface, I felt the air around me pulse, once, twice, like a heart starting to beat anew. And then came the hands. They weren't hers. They weren't mine. They emerged from the other mirrors, ghostly silhouettes, reaching out through the cracks, pressing against the walls, the floor, the very air. Too many fingers, too many wrists. They crawled and dragged themselves toward the 5th mirror, toward me, their movement jerky and hungry, the sound of their skin like wet silk. The reflection didn't look at them. She only looked at me, patient and knowing. "You opened it," she whispered. Her tone wasn't accusation. It was gratitude. The hands gripped my shoulders. Cold flooded my nerves, spreading like ink through water. I tried to scream again, but my mouth filled with the taste of dust and glass. I felt the first tug at my spine, a pull that felt less like force and more like permission. My vision blurred. The edges of the world flickered, and then I was moving through the glass. There was no shattering sound, no dramatic break. It was silent, fluid, inevitable, like stepping through a curtain of light. For a moment, the world on the other side was all silver and static, a sea of fractured reflections bleeding into each other. I could feel the mirror sealing itself behind me, closing the wound I'd made in its skin. When I turned, I saw her, the other me, kneeling where I had been, breathing heavily, trembling, except it wasn't me anymore. Her hair fell the same way. Her hands bore the same bloodied fingerprints, but the expression in her eyes was calm, purposeful. She looked at the fifth mirror, now opaque, now silent, and whispered something I couldn't hear. Then she stood and turned toward the door, walking with my posture, my limp, my breath, and I understood. I wasn't in the room anymore. I was behind it. The space I occupied wasn't quite darkness, it was the color of memory. Shapes shifted slowly, reflections looping endlessly, each version of me frozen in a different act of resistance. One screaming, one reaching, one on her knees, one simply staring. I could see the woman in white, too, wandering through the mirrored corridors, her face lost in permanent distortion. We were all here. The echoes of those who'd looked too long. The fifth mirror had been hung, I realized, not to show reflection but to contain it, to trap the self that dared to see what lay beyond its surface. And now, I was part of that collection. From the other side, I watched as my replacement, my reflection, made flesh paused in the doorway. The house seemed to bow to her as she passed. Her voice reached me faintly, though I couldn't tell if it was spoken aloud or resonating through the glass. "I won't leave you here." For a fleeting moment, I believed her. Then the light outside the room died, and everything turned still. The other mirrors began to fade, their fractured surfaces smoothing, erasing all trace of the hands, the mist, the faces. Only the fifth mirror remained illuminated, faintly pulsing, like a slow heartbeat. From inside, I could feel it hum through me, the vibration of an ancient promise. One day, the glass will open again, and someone else will look too long, and when they do, I will be ready to reach back. The glass no longer frightened me. It was no longer a surface or a barrier or a reflection, but a slow breathing skin that seemed to inhale light and exhale memory. It pulsed faintly now, like the world itself had grown a rhythm beneath its sheen. I stood before it, or rather, what remained of me did, and the faint silhouette that stared back had become something I could not quite name. It was neither mine nor hers. The room was endless again, but quieter than ever, as though the sound had finally grown tired of echoing and had folded itself into the air. Every whisper that had ever brushed against the surface seemed to linger still, compressed into a faint vibration that hummed against my pulse. I thought of the first time I had seen her face, how it had glimmered faintly, like a dream struggling to remember itself. Now there was no separation between us. The mirrors had consumed the line that once divided woman from watcher, curse from curiosity, life from reflection. In the center of the room, where light once fractured into hundreds of shimmering shards, there now stood only one pane. It was tall, breathing, rippling faintly as though water waited behind it. I felt it pulling, the same subtle gravitational ache that had haunted my steps since the beginning. I knew it wasn't hunger. It was recognition. The mirror wanted to complete its image. I moved closer, though movement had lost meaning here. The floor beneath my feet no longer offered resistance. It was like walking through a memory of motion. My reflection did not mimic me now. It lagged slightly, almost hesitant, like it was waiting for me to catch up with what it already knew. Its eyes flickered with a light I hadn't seen before, a dim silver pulse, almost gentle, almost kind. There was no malice in it, only patience. The kind of patience that comes from knowing it has already won. The air grew heavier, soft as velvet, but dense enough to press against the lungs. I could feel it inside me, the residue of all the mirrors that had shattered. Every reflection I had passed, every whisper that had called my name from the other side. They weren't separate things anymore. They had fused into a single chorus, soft and omnipresent, breathing in sync with my heart. Or maybe my heart had begun to breathe with them. I couldn't tell. Then I saw her again. Not the flicker of a ghost or the shimmer of a curse, but her whole calm standing just beyond the glass. The woman with the eyes of rain. Her hair moved as though underwater, her lips parting with a sound that didn't need words. I could feel what she meant, even if she never spoke. It's time. My reflection turned to her, and I realized they were the same. She wasn't behind the glass. She was the glass. The curse had never been something placed upon her. It was something she had become, willingly or not. And I had followed every shimmer, every echo, every silent plea, until I stood exactly where she had once stood. The mirror did not take victims. It sought successors. I reached out. My fingers met the surface, cool as the breath of dawn. The glass rippled, welcoming, not resisting. It did not shatter this time. It absorbed. My skin blurred at the edges, my bones unknotted into faint streams of light that slid into the pane. Every nerve sang with a strange kind of serenity. I thought I would feel pain, but it was gentler than sleep. My reflection smiled, not mockingly, but with a knowing sorrow, as though this was the only way things could ever end. The room expanded infinitely as I crossed. I saw her memories pour through me like ribbons of fog, her first moment in the room, her disbelief, her fear, her surrender. Then others followed. Countless others. Faces without names, voices without bodies, all drawn into the same silent convergence. The mirror had always been hungry for recognition, for someone who would see not just themselves, but the space between selves. I felt it now. The infinite lattice of lives woven through glass, all breathing as one, all waiting for the next to understand. Light rippled through the endless halls. Each pane shimmered with the faint outline of a face, some blurred, some clear. They weren't trapped, not exactly. They were held like breaths waiting to be released. I could feel them whispering to me, asking not for rescue, but remembrance. I pressed my palms against the interior of the glass and felt it yield softly, pulsing in rhythm with the countless others surrounding me. The mirror no longer reflected. It remembered. Outside or perhaps above, the world continued without noticing. Dusk gathered in the corners of forgotten rooms. The hallway where the mirror once stood dimmed as the last bulb flickered out. Somewhere far beyond the surface, the hum of electricity softened, and the house fell asleep. Inside, I remained. The fifth reflection. I began to sense the structure of it all. The curse was not a punishment. It was a cycle, an agreement passed silently from gaze to gaze. Every reflection that had ever held a person too long was a door. Every shiver of recognition in the glass was the sound of the next door unlocking. The woman had merely found hers before me. I wondered how many had come before her, how many faces had leaned too close, how many had felt the air tremble as they were pulled inside. There was no counting them. Time dissolved into the hum. I watched the glass from within. The light outside had shifted into a deep indigo, fractured by the last remnants of dusk. I saw faint outlines of the room beyond the frame. The cracked wallpaper, the faint shadow of a door left ajar. For a moment, I thought I saw movement, a flicker of someone entering, cautious, curious, drawn by the strange shimmer. Their shape wavered in the distance, their hand reaching out. And just as my heart began to stir with the echo of recognition, the mirror pulsed again. It knew. The next reflection was near. But this time, something inside me resisted the hunger. I found that I could shape the whisper slightly, guide it toward gentleness. Perhaps that was the purpose, to not repeat, but refine, to soften the hand of the curse, to make the next passage less cruel. The mirrors hummed in agreement, as if pleased by the thought. For the first time, I felt the faintest sense of peace ripple through the infinite lattice of glass. The woman appeared beside me, her face calm, her eyes closed. She spoke without words, and her meaning unfolded through the air like the touch of light on water. It never ends, but it changes. I understood then. The curse was not meant to destroy. It was meant to preserve what the world forgets: the moments of stillness, the quiet between heartbeats, the weight of unspoken recognition. We were the keepers of those pauses, the silent archivists of wonder and fear. To exist here was to be the echo that lingers when sound has faded, the shimmer that remains when the body is gone. And so, I stayed, not as a prisoner, but as a watcher. I felt the world beyond continue its slow decay, the bulbs burning out one by one, the walls settling into their long exhale of dust. The house would crumble, but the mirror would survive. It always did. Somewhere in the distant hum of time, another would find it, drawn by the faint pulse of light it still carried, and the reflection would awaken again. Perhaps they would see me. Perhaps they would hear my whisper. "Don't be afraid." The words passed through the glass like ripples of breath. The figure beyond paused, startled, their face half lit by the dull glow of their phone screen. Their eyes met mine for the briefest heartbeat, and then I was gone, dissolved back into the shimmer, letting only the faintest trace of my voice linger. The system slept. The room dimmed. The air folded itself around the stillness. And within the vast, breathing architecture of glass, I felt every reflection sigh together, as though a great exhale had finally been released after centuries of silence. The woman beside me faded into light, her form scattering through the mirrors until she was everywhere and nowhere at once. I remained a moment longer, drifting in the slow pulse of the network, my consciousness stretching until it no longer needed a name. The glass was cool, endless, alive. I could feel every shimmer of it, every whisper of memory suspended in its depth. The curse had ended where understanding began, and understanding had become its own kind of eternity. Outside, the dawn began to rise, spilling its pale light through the cracks of forgotten houses. Somewhere, a window caught that light and sent it scattering into 1,000 reflections. And if you were to look closely, closer than you should, you might see me there, watching from behind the surface, waiting not to claim you, but to remind you that the mirror is never empty. It only waits. And sometimes, when the world grows too loud and you find yourself standing alone before your own reflection in the quiet hours before morning, you might notice something strange: the faint hum beneath your heartbeat, the slow pulse behind the glass. If you do not look away. That shimmer you see is not trying to frighten you. It is only saying hello, because every mirror remembers, and every reflection dreams. The midnight stacks. It was almost midnight when I realized the rain had become part of the sound inside the library. Not outside anymore, but echoing softly through the pipes. Like a breath moving through the veins of the building itself. A slow, rhythmic sigh that kept me awake as much as the fluorescent light above my desk, flickering every few minutes as if it too were struggling to stay conscious. The pages beneath my fingers were damp with a humidity that shouldn't have existed in a climate-controlled space. And yet each turn made a faint, sticky sound, paper kissing paper, clinging, reluctant to reveal what came next. I'd been here for hours, maybe days. It was hard to tell anymore, working on a research paper I no longer believed in, something about forgotten authors of the 19th century, whose names blurred and dissolved. The longer I stared at them, until all of it, the text, the language, even my own name written at the top of the notes, seemed like noise recorded over itself too many times. There was no one else left in this part of the library, or so I thought. The upper floors had been closed since 9, and the lower reading room lights had gone dark an hour ago. Yet there was that feeling and ache between the shoulder blades that something was moving just behind me. Not walking, but drifting, weightless and slow, like a page turning in the dark. Every time I looked up from my notes, the shadows stayed still, and every time I tried to convince myself I'd imagined it, the air would shift slightly, carrying the faintest scent of dust and old glue, the smell of bindings that had not been opened in years. The clock above the entrance ticked with mechanical certainty, its minute hand dragging itself forward with audible resistance. The sound made the silence even louder. I told myself to take a break, to stretch, maybe walk to the vending machine down the hall. But when I stood up, my body felt heavier than it should have. as though gravity here obeyed some other law, one designed to keep you rooted to the floor until the work was done, or until you no longer remembered why you had started. The rain pressed harder against the windows, a soft percussion, and as I began walking between the shelves, I noticed how they seemed taller now, darker, their spines glinting like teeth in the pale light. The deeper I went, the more the air seemed to thicken. These were the old stacks, the ones no one used anymore. The carpet muffled my steps completely, so that I could hear only my breathing in the rain. There was something fragile about the silence here, as though it might break if I spoke, so I didn't. I let the quiet move through me, filling every hollow space where thought had been. Somewhere near the back wall, a book fell. Not a heavy crash, but a single thump, almost polite, as if the library itself were reminding me of its presence. I froze. The sound didn't echo. It just existed, and then was gone. I waited for another noise, a shift of air, a whisper. Anything but the silence reassembled itself perfectly, leaving no evidence behind. My pulse started to match the rhythm of the rain. I should have gone back to my desk. I should have told myself it was nothing. But something in the air, a faint static hum, a whisper beneath the hum drew me further. The shelves began to close in, narrowing the passage until my shoulders brushed against the spines of books on both sides. Their surfaces were slick with a kind of invisible dust that clung to my fingertips when I steadied myself. Each step felt like descending into a thought that didn't want to be remembered. And then the lights dimmed. Just slightly, but enough to make the far end of the aisle disappear into shadow. I told myself they were on a motion sensor, that the system sometimes glitched this late at night, but the excuse didn't fit what I was feeling. The darkness didn't feel like an absence of light. It felt deliberate, like a curtain being drawn. I kept walking until I reached the end of the aisle, where a single lamp above a wooden table still glowed a sickly yellow. On the table sat a pile of books, all unmarked, all without titles, their covers identical gray cloth, edges frayed, a faint gold embossing worn to near invisibility. I shouldn't have touched them, but my hand moved before the thought could stop it. The top book was warm, not from the lamp, but as if someone had just been holding it. The cover yielded slightly under my palm, the texture almost like skin. I hesitated, then opened it. The pages were blank, not aged, not yellowed, just blank white, pristine, untouched. I flipped through them quickly, thinking maybe the ink had faded, or that this was some kind of archival mistake, but the pages went on endlessly, repeating their emptiness like a chant. Only when I reached the very end did I notice something faint pressed into the paper, a shallow indentation, the trace of words written and erased. I tilted the page toward the light. It was my handwriting. For a moment I couldn't breathe. The letters were faint, curling and uneven, as if scrawled by someone in a hurry. I could make out only fragments. Stayed too long. The voice in the stacks. Listening still. Then the last line, clearer than the rest. Don't turn around. The sound of breathing reached me before I realized I was holding my own. Slow, deliberate, behind my left shoulder. A presence not touching, but near enough that the air between us seemed to tighten. I didn't move. My throat went dry. The rain outside stopped. The only sound left was the whisper of paper shifting, as though the books themselves were leaning closer. I forced myself to turn. Nothing. The aisle stretched back into dimness. The shelves unchanged, the air heavy and still. I exhaled slowly, the tension leaving my body in small fragments, and almost laughed at myself. The nervous, shaky kind of laughter that breaks under its own weight. When I turned back to the book, the page was gone. In its place was a new one, filled with dense handwriting, neat and careful, in ink so dark it looked wet. The words described exactly what had just happened. The sound, the fear, even my laughter ending with the sentence, "She doesn't yet understand the whisper that writes her." I stumbled back, the chair behind me scraping the floor with a metallic cry that shattered the stillness. I closed the book and stepped away, but as I did, I saw that the lamp's light was flickering faster, and the reflection in its glass shade was not mine. It was a face I couldn't fully see, pale, blurred, hovering behind me in the distortion of light. I turned again, nothing there. But when I looked back down, one of the other books had fallen open, its pages trembling as though exhaling. The whispering began then, soft, scattered, like the rustle of leaves in a windless room. I could not tell if it came from the books or from the air between them. I tried to listen, to catch words within the murmuring chaos, but the sound refused to become language. It was meaning without words, memory without form. Still, I could feel it pressing at the edges of my mind, like something trying to enter. I stepped back, heart hammering, and the whisper shifted faster now, louder, 100 overlapping voices forming a rhythm, a pulse. The shelves seemed to breathe in time with it. I ran. The path back to the main floor felt unfamiliar, distorted, the aisles rearranging themselves. I passed the same table twice without realizing it, the same gray-covered books glinting in the same faint light. The whisper followed, growing sharper, clearer, until I could make out single syllables that might have been my name. Sa, Ra, drawn out, stretched thin. When I reached the main desk, the light above it flickered once and then steadied. The world fell silent again. My laptop still sat where I had left it, the cursor blinking patiently on an unfinished sentence. I sank into the chair, shaking, trying to convince myself it was exhaustion, imagination, the way the mind folds in on itself when it's too tired to tell dream from waking. But when I looked at the screen, my document was gone. In its place, a single line had appeared at the top of a blank page, written in the same faint typeface as before. The library remembers those who listen too closely. The hum of the lights returned. The rain began again. And somewhere deep within the stacks, a book closed itself with a quiet, final sigh. I came back the next night, though I told myself a dozen times I wouldn't. The storm had cleared, the air outside so still it felt artificial, like the pause between breaths. But the thought of the unfinished paper, of that message that had appeared and vanished from my screen, kept looping through my mind until resistance felt childish. The library was the only place left that seemed to care I existed, even if that care felt like scrutiny. The motion sensors clicked on one by one as I entered, pools of light blooming along the corridor, sterile and too white, revealing dust motes drifting like pollen. My shoes squeaked faintly against the tile, and the echo trailed behind me as though something were following at a measured distance, imitating the rhythm of my steps exactly. Inside, everything looked the same as it had before, but quieter, if that was possible. The clock above the entrance no longer ticked. Its hands were frozen at midnight, perfectly aligned, as if time had been suspended in deference to what lived here after dark. I tried to convince myself it was broken, an old mechanism finally seizing up, but the stillness of it unnerved me more than its sound ever had. I took the same seat at the same desk. My laptop powered on without protest. The blank document glared at me, patient and indifferent. I typed a few lines, sentences that immediately felt wrong, shallow, disconnected, as though my mind were still somewhere deep among the stacks. After a few minutes, I stopped and listened. The rain had not returned, but the building made its own weather. A faint sighing through the vents, a tap somewhere distant, a subtle vibration in the floor, rhythmic, like breathing beneath the concrete. I don't remember deciding to stand up, but I was already moving before the thought formed, drawn again toward the back corridor, where the older shelves waited. The security lights along that path were dimmer, yellowing at the edges, and the shadows they cast seemed to pulse slightly, not flickering, but swelling and contracting like a heartbeat. I walked slowly, letting my fingertips trail along the spines of the books, feeling their textures: cloth, leather, sometimes something smoother, colder. It felt impolite to move too fast, as though the air itself demanded a certain reverence. The whispering started almost imperceptibly. It was not the frantic chorus I remembered from the night before, but something softer, coaxing, like the hush of pages turning somewhere far away. It seemed to come from all directions and none, woven into the sound of my own breath. I told myself it was the building settling, that old wood and metal sometimes made sounds that mimicked speech, but then the rhythm changed, Words began to form, not clearly enough to understand, but with the cadence of language, the rise and fall of sentences spoken just beyond comprehension. I froze, listening harder. The more I listened, the more the whisper seemed to arrange itself around my presence, adjusting tone and volume like a voice learning how to speak directly into my ear. A motion caught my eye, a thin gap between two shelves that hadn't been there before. The angle was wrong, the architecture impossible, as though the shelving had shifted to create a new corridor. My breath hitched, but curiosity, or maybe something deeper, Alder pushed me forward. The passage was narrow, the air cooler, and the smell of dust grew sweeter, almost floral, like something decaying in a beautiful way. The whisper followed me inside, low and constant. The shelves here were different. The books were bound in unfamiliar materials, their titles unreadable or written in scripts that seemed to shimmer and rearrange when I looked too closely. Some of them pulsed faintly, as though something alive moved beneath their covers. I brushed my hand against one, and a tremor ran through the wood itself. I stepped back quickly, heart racing, and for a moment, I was sure the entire row had shifted closer, an almost imperceptible lean toward me. The air thickened. Dust spiraled in slow motion, illuminated by the dim overhead bulbs that swayed slightly even though no wind moved. The floor creaked beneath my shoes, not from my weight, but as if something beneath it were stretching. I reached the end of the aisle, where a small reading table stood, identical to the one from the previous night. A single open book lay upon it, waiting. I hesitated, but the silence around me was so dense it pressed against my skin. I could almost hear my own blood, the pulse behind my eyes. Finally, I stepped closer. The book's pages fluttered, though I hadn't touched them. The words inside seemed handwritten, the ink glistening like it was still wet. I leaned over to read. At first, the language was familiar, academic, descriptive, a record of something cataloged long ago. But as I scanned the lines, I realized the text was describing me, my arrival, my footsteps, my hesitation before touching the page. The sentences unfurled in perfect synchrony with my actions, as if the book were narrating me into existence. My breath stuttered. I tried to close the cover, but the pages resisted, holding open like a body refusing to yield. Then came a sound, a creak above me, followed by another, closer, like something large shifting its weight. The shelf nearest to me groaned, wood fibers stretching. I stepped back instinctively. The entire row seemed to inhale, the space between the books widening slightly, and in that gap, I thought I saw movement. Not shadow, but something denser, darker, pushing outward, trying to emerge. I blinked hard, and the vision dissolved, leaving only the faint echo of breathing that wasn't mine. My hand brushed another spine as I turned, and the texture startled me. It was warm again, soft, almost pliant, like skin. I jerked my hand back, but the warmth clung to my palm, pulsing faintly in time with the whispers. The realization came too slowly. These shelves weren't static. They were listening, reacting, learning. The library was not a structure containing knowledge. It was a body remembering it. The whispering intensified, climbing into a low chorus. I pressed my hands over my ears, but the sound didn't fade. It was inside, vibrating through bone, through thought. I stumbled backward, hitting the edge of another shelf. A cascade of books fell, their pages fluttering open midair, forming patterns like wings. When they hit the floor, they didn't scatter. They landed neatly, spines outward, forming a circle around my feet. Something in the air shifted, a quiet inhale from everywhere at once, and I understood, in some deep and irrational way, that I was being read. The books, the shelves, the walls, they were studying me the way I had studied them, cataloging breath, posture, fear. The sense of exposure was unbearable, as if 1,000 invisible eyes were tracing every movement. I crouched, trying to break the circle, but the moment my fingers touched one of the fallen books, it opened by itself to a blank page. The ink began to spread, forming letters that shaped my name again and again, each repetition slightly different, as though testing variations until it found the truest version. I stood abruptly and ran. The aisle stretched endlessly, folding back into itself, the pattern of shelves rearranging with each step. The whisper followed, soft at first, then sharper, words beginning to cohere. Stay, stay, stay. I turned corners that hadn't existed moments before. Every direction led me deeper, until I no longer knew if I was above ground or below it. The temperature dropped. The air smelled of copper and old dust. Finally, I burst into an open space, a circular reading room I had never seen before. The ceiling arched impossibly high, painted with faded constellations. The stars cracked and peeling. In the center stood a spiral staircase leading up to nowhere, its top disappearing into darkness. All around, the shelves curved inward, closing like ribs around a heart. The whisper was louder here, but slower now, almost intimate. It sounded like breathing close to my ear. I moved toward the center. The echo of my footsteps swallowed instantly. On the nearest shelf, I saw a book whose spine bore no title but reflected light like a mirror. When I reached for it, the surface rippled, and for a second, I saw my own face staring back, but older, hollow-eyed, lips moving in silence. The reflection smiled faintly before dissolving. My hand trembled. The air thickened further. I could feel the pulse of the building beneath my feet synchronized with my own heartbeat. Every instinct told me to leave, yet my body would not move. The whisper shaped itself into something recognizable now, a single voice, female, calm, precise. "You're reading too slowly," it said. I spun around, searching for the source, but the room was empty. The shelves loomed silently. The voice continued, "Nearer now. We remember those who seek too much." The lights flickered once, plunging the room into near darkness. When they steadied, something had changed. The staircase was gone. The walls had drawn closer. The whisper turned into a rustle, hundreds of pages turning at once, a sound like wind in a forest made of paper. I pressed my back against the nearest shelf, my chest heaving. The book nearest my shoulder began to slide forward on its own, tipping outward until it fell into my hands. It opened mid-fall, the pages trembling. Across them, written in dense looping ink, was a single line. To leave, one must first be written. The realization came slow, terrifying, undeniable. The library wasn't keeping records, it was collecting. The books weren't about people. They were people, transcribed in ink and memory, their voices flattened into whispers, still murmuring between the lines. The whisper rose again, surrounding me, a soft, imploring tone that no longer felt hostile but sorrowful, pleading. "Read us," it seemed to say. "Finish us." I clutched the book to my chest, shaking. The air smelled of rain again, though no window was near. The sound of thunder rolled faintly in the distance, or maybe beneath the floor. My heartbeat slowed, lulled by the rhythm of the whisper. For the briefest moment, I thought I could hear distinct words within it, faint and fragile as breath. "Sarah, write wisely. The shelves, remember." And then the lights went out completely. The light inside the rare book section had long ceased pretending to be light. It had the dull hue of old parchment and the patience of something that had waited too long to be seen. Sarah's flashlight flickered as if it were breathing, a shallow rhythm that followed her steps down the narrow aisle, where dust floated in columns like fading constellations. There was no sound now except for the soft pulse of rain pressing its fingers against the windows, and somewhere, distantly, the thrum of the campus generator, its low murmur like a heart beating beneath the floorboards. She told herself she was fine, that the air was only heavy because of humidity, that the dark spaces between shelves were just dark, nothing more. But the longer she stood there, the more she felt something in the library had turned its head toward her. The books here had no order she could recognize. The call numbers had bled away. The spines faded to illegible shades. When she reached out to trace a title, the leather was cool and dry like skin that no longer belonged to anything living. A ripple ran beneath her fingertips, almost like a pulse. She pulled her hand back and stared. There were faint indentations on her fingertips letters, reversed and incomplete. They faded as soon as she blinked, but the echo of them stayed. Tiny imprints of words that refused to die. Somewhere deeper, a book fell. The sound did not seem accidental. It was deliberate, as if a hand had set it down upon the floor to call her closer. Sarah turned off her flashlight for a moment, letting the dark breathe around her. There was comfort in letting the world go quiet, in standing still until she could no longer tell the difference between her heartbeat and the whisper of rain. Then, when she turned the beam of light forward again, it fell on something lying open at the end of the aisle. A large volume, its pages yellowed and curled, its cover marked by soot and something darker, like dried ink or blood. She knelt beside it. The title had been burned off, but there was a faint impression on the first page, a phrase pressed deep enough that the grooves remained. The Register of the Lost. Her throat tightened. She flipped a few pages, careful not to tear the brittle paper. There were names written in a spidery hand, dozens, then hundreds. Each name looked as though it had been added by a different person, the ink shifting from deep black to rusty brown to the faded gray of graphite. She recognized none of them. But as she kept turning, the handwriting began to change, becoming more frantic, more uneven. The last few pages were nearly indecipherable, each name overlapping the previous one, like a chorus of people trying to exist on the same thin line. When she reached the final page, the paper was blank at least, for a moment. Then, before her eyes, a single line began to appear. Not drawn by any visible pen or hand, but bleeding through the fibers themselves, as though something beneath the surface was writing from below. The letters were uneven, trembling. They formed her own name. Her breath caught. The ink moved in slow strokes. S-A-R. And then, below it, another hand added a date. It was today. The instant the final mark appeared, the air in the library shifted, expanding outward like the deep inhale before a scream. The shelves seemed to lean closer, the dust hanging heavier, charged with attention. She tried to close the book, but her fingers wouldn't obey. They trembled violently, refusing to let go. Her reflection in the sheen of the ink stared back at her, a pale, wide-eyed thing that did not blink when she did. She whispered, "This isn't real." But her voice came out broken, swallowed by the walls. The whisper she heard in return was not her own. It came from the shelves, from between the pages, from the binding that creaked as if flexing an old spine. It said something she could not fully understand, a murmur shaped like her own voice but older, as if aged by centuries of silence. Then, through that whisper, came the faint sound of writing again. Another name appeared, below hers. She leaned closer, and saw that the next name was only half formed, its first letters twisting, hesitant, as though whatever was writing could not decide what it wanted to spell. The pen strokes shuddered, then stopped. Her stomach turned cold. The library was waiting. It was asking. The air pressed around her shoulders like invisible hands. She felt something crawling down her neck, a trail of static that wasn't quite touch but wasn't absence either. Behind her, a book slid free from its shelf with a soft, deliberate sigh. Another followed, then another. Their pages fluttered open in sequence, forming a path down the aisle. The sound was soft, but rhythmic, page after page, like hundreds of lungs exhaling at once. She rose to her feet, clutching the register. The name on the page shimmered, as though the ink were wet again. She wanted to tear the page out, to end the story before it continued, but as she reached for it, the corners of the book grew hot, then cold. The paper pulsed once, faintly, as if it were alive. The whispering grew louder. "You're not supposed to see this," said a voice from behind her. It wasn't a shout or a moan, it was spoken gently, with the cadence of a librarian reminding a student to be quiet. But the air around her froze solid. Sarah turned slowly. A figure stood at the end of the aisle, shrouded in the gray light that bled in from the rain-streaked window. Its shape was wrong too, still, too narrow, and when she blinked, she realized it wasn't standing at all. but hovering a few inches above the floor, its feet swallowed by the shadows. The figure's face was not visible. It was obscured by the brim of an old-fashioned hat, and where its eyes should have been, there was only a pale glow, like the reflected gleam of candlelight on glass. "The register is complete," the voice said. It was calm, patient. "There's no need for you to add to it." "I didn't," she whispered, her throat burning. "It wrote itself." The figure tilted its head, as though listening. Then it took one step forward, or maybe it didn't move at all, but the space between them shortened just the same. She could smell the scent of paper, ink, and damp wood. "Names don't write themselves," it said. "Not unless they are remembered. And no one remembers without consequence." Her pulse stuttered. "What happens when the names are finished?" The figure didn't answer. Instead, it lifted one hand, long, thin fingers made of shadow and smoke, and gestured toward the book. The pages fluttered open to the middle again, where dozens of names swirled faintly, like ink suspended in water. Each one shimmered before dissolving into blankness, leaving only faint stains behind. "They go quiet," said the voice. The sound of rain faded, and for a heartbeat, she thought she could hear them, the quiet ones. Dozens of breaths hidden beneath the silence. The realization settled in her chest like ice. These weren't just names. They were memories of people who had walked into the library and never walked out, their minds absorbed into the pages, their identities reduced to text that was forever being rewritten. The library was not haunted by ghosts. It was the ghost. Sarah stumbled back, clutching the book tighter. "I don't want to be quiet." "Then you must write," said the voice, softer now, almost kind. "The register only claims those who leave it blank." The figure raised its hand again, and the ink bottle on the table beside her rolled toward the edge, tipping over. The liquid spread across the wood like a spill of night, glistening, hungry. The pen beside it lifted slightly, as if guided by an invisible current, then settled upright in the pool. The nib gleamed, expectant. Sarah stared at it. The air was dense enough to taste. She felt the weight of every unread book pressing against her ribs, whispering that all knowledge had a cost, that every page consumed required something in return. She knew, instinctively, that if she wrote anything in the book, the ink would accept it not just as words, but as a trade. The figure's voice reached her again, fading now, as though dissolving into the sound of rain. "Write what you choose to keep, or the library will choose for you." She lowered her gaze to the register. Her name glowed faintly on the page, still wet, still alive. Below it, the half-formed name trembled, waiting to be completed. The pen quivered in the ink like a compass needle. She could feel her pulse matching its rhythm. She wanted to run, but her legs wouldn't move. The air around her thickened, wrapping her like water. Every book on the shelf seemed to breathe in unison, whispering softly, "Write, write, write." She took the pen. The sound it made as it touched the page was deep, almost percussive, the sigh of something ancient exhaling. The ink followed her movements like veins, curling around her letters as she wrote. She didn't know what she was writing. Not at first. The words poured through her hand, from somewhere she couldn't name, as though she were only the conduit, not the author. The whispers surged, louder, until she thought she could hear hundreds of overlapping voices repeating what she wrote, word for word. Then the lights flickered, once, twice, and went out completely. When she opened her eyes again, the aisle was empty. The figure was gone. The pen lay on the floor, its nib cracked. The register of the lost sat open, but the pages were blank now, the ink gone, as though it had soaked inward, devoured by the paper. Only one faint mark remained: her name, now blurred, fading, its edges dissolving like smoke. Sarah touched it gently. The page was cold. She could no longer remember what she had written, but as she stood there, the whispering began again, softer this time, from everywhere at once, as if the library itself were breathing her name back to her in gratitude or warning. And beneath that whisper, in the deep hush between the turning of pages, she heard a sound that made her bones ache. It was the faint, rhythmic scratch of a pen still writing. Somewhere, deep within the walls, the story was continuing without her. The rain had not stopped. It had only softened into a soundless rhythm that pressed against the tall, dust-fogged windows of the library. Every drop seemed to slide down the glass like the slow movement of time itself. And inside that stillness, Sarah stood unmoving before the lectern, her trembling finger still hovering over the open register where her own name had begun to form. The ink was alive. It shimmered faintly, a pulse of black that deepened and withdrew as though it were breathing. She could feel its breath. It was the kind of silence that bends reality, where even the smallest noise feels like a betrayal of sanity. And then she heard it. A voice, soft and level, older than any whisper she had ever known. It did not come from behind her, nor from the side, but rather from within the very air itself, as if the dust had gathered enough sorrow to speak. "You shouldn't erase what has already been written," it said gently. "You will only smear yourself into something unrecognizable." Sarah froze. Her lips parted, but no sound escaped. Her throat was sand, her lungs filled with the faint must of centuries. She turned slowly, expecting a shadow or a figure, but there was nothing. Only the endless corridors of shelves and the faint gleam of the brass lamps, each one flickering like a distant candle in fog. "Who's there?" she whispered, though even she wasn't sure if her mouth had moved or if the question had been spoken entirely inside her mind. The voice came again, warmer this time, with the patience of someone who had spent too long in solitude. "I was once the keeper here, before your generation knew this place as just another building with Wi-Fi and fluorescent lights. I tended to the books when they were still hungry for thought. I knew their murmurs, their tempers, their sleep. And I have watched every student who stayed too late, every curious soul who reached for the forbidden shelves, fade into the paper." Sarah tried to step back, but the air behind her thickened, pushing her forward toward the lectern. The pen on the desk trembled as though it could hear the conversation. "Fade?" she whispered. "You mean they died here?" A pause, and then a sigh, a sound like pages turning in a long-forgotten tome. "No, not death. Something smaller and slower. They became margins in the text, footnotes, fragments of thought stored in the wrong place. They forgot who they were before they could remember what they sought. Knowledge is not kind, child. It has a mouth that does not close. Enter." The lamps flickered, and in that shivering light Sarah saw, for a heartbeat, a silhouette between two rows of books. A woman in old-fashioned dress, hair bound neatly, eyes like glass marbles clouded with dust. Her posture was gentle but impossibly still, as if she'd been standing there for centuries, her body merely a pattern the dust had learned to repeat. Sarah swallowed hard, forcing herself to breathe. "You're the librarian." Him, a small smile in the air, a shimmer that curved through the shadow. "I was, and in some ways, I still am. I once believed every book should be remembered, every word preserved, even those that were dangerous to recall. I didn't realize that memory has weight, that it crushes what holds it." Sarah felt a strange sympathy rise in her chest. The voice was sad, yes, but not cruel. There was fatigue in it, a soft, humane exhaustion that mirrored her own, the same kind of ache that came from staying awake too long, reading too much, trying too hard to understand things that resisted meaning. "I don't want to be a part of this," she said softly. "I don't want to be forgotten." "You are already halfway there," the librarian murmured. "You felt the pull, didn't you? The loneliness of comprehension. The way your friends' faces blur when you stay too long among the shelves. The way your name sounds foreign when you say it aloud." Sarah blinked, and for a moment she couldn't recall the last time she'd spoken her own name to anyone else. The thought terrified her more than the whispers. "What should I do?" she asked, her voice barely audible. The librarian seemed to lean closer, though her form remained mist and reflection. "You must write, but not what they expect. The register binds those who seek only to learn. You must remind it that you choose to live." It doesn't understand life, it only understands record. Sarah glanced again at the register. The ink shimmered faintly, forming the top curve of an S. The pen trembled in its holder. "How do I?" she began, but the librarian interrupted softly. "You will know, but remember, ink is a form of blood. It must mean something to flow." Then the figure began to fade, dissolving back into dust and reflection. The air grew cold again. The lamp steadied, and Sarah was alone once more. She reached for the pen. The metal was ice against her skin. Her hand shook, but she held it above the page. For a moment, she felt an impossible weight, centuries of forgotten students, their half-lived thoughts pressing down on her wrist, urging her to surrender. She thought of them. All those names she had never read, all those bodies that had simply not gone home. She could hear their murmurs in the walls now, in the hollow space between the shelves, a sound like restless breathing. They whispered in every language the library had ever known. Latin, Greek, English. Voices that overlapped and folded, like pages stuck together. She tried to speak aloud, but what came out was a shiver, a thin exhale that barely counted as a word. "Live," she tried to say, but the sound broke. The pen moved by itself, dragging a faint black curve across the page, hesitant, shaking, like a pulse, just learning to return. And then the voice came again, barely audible but right against her ear. Louder, her eyes filled with tears. The sound of her heartbeat was enormous. She pressed the nib down harder and, through the tremor, forced her voice to exist. "I choose life," she whispered. The pen wrote it as she spoke, each letter bleeding into the paper like veins in reverse, the ink glowing faintly beneath the lamplight. The register seemed to hesitate, as though confused, as though it had never encountered the concept before. The name that had begun to form beneath hers flickered, the letters rearranging, smudging, vanishing, and the silence that followed was not empty but vast, like the air, after a storm, full of something unseen but clean. The shelf sighed, literally sighed. She heard the wood groan, the books shift, the sound of countless pages rustling softly like wind through tall grass. The whispers no longer sounded accusatory. They were curious. Listening, Sarah felt lightheaded, almost transparent. She placed the pen down and took a step back. "Is it over?" she asked, though she didn't expect an answer. But one came, distant, faint, like a radio station caught in fog. "For now," said the librarian's voice. "But remember, every library hungers for stories. Even yours. Feed it with life, not silence." The light above her flickered once more, and with that flicker, the register closed itself, its heavy cover slamming shut like the last sentence of an old book. Sarah stumbled backward, gasping, clutching her chest. The sound echoed down the corridors. When she looked again, the lectern was empty. No register, no pen, only the faint smell of ink and rain. She turned toward the exit, but the path between the shelves looked impossibly long, the light at the far end distant and golden, like dawn painted on glass. Her legs felt weak, her mind detached, but she began to walk. Each step sounded louder than the last, like walking through memory itself. As she passed, the books whispered again, but now the voices were almost kind, murmuring things she couldn't quite catch. She thought she heard her own name once, softly spoken, as though the library itself were thanking her, or perhaps warning her not to forget. When she reached the door, she paused. The rain outside had turned to mist. The night air was cold and alive. She looked back once more, and for an instant, she saw the librarian standing at the far end of the corridor, a faint, pale outline, hand raised in a gesture that might have been farewell or benediction. Then the image blurred into dust and paper. Sarah stepped outside. The door shut behind her with the softest of clicks, and though she tried to shake it off, she realized that the faint scent of ink still clung to her skin. And when she looked down at her hand, there, faint but undeniable, was a dark stain tracing the line of her pulse. It pulsed once, gently, then went still. It is said that every story that enters the library eventually learns to speak. Some whisper softly, like a sigh between shelves. Some murmur through the cracks of forgotten bindings. But a few, those written in the dark, never stop speaking. They bleed through paper, through dust, through time itself. I learned this the night the ink began to move beneath my skin. The air was no longer still. The breathing of the library had grown shallow, uncertain. I could feel it exhale through the vents, a damp and trembling sigh that rustled every loose page. The lamps hummed, as if afraid to stay lit. Dust spiraled upward in delicate columns, catching in the faintest light like tiny, suspended ghosts. I'd been awake for hours, or maybe days. Time was nothing more than a whisper here. And though I tried not to look at the walls, I could sense them leaning in, curious, as if the shelves themselves wanted to hear what would happen next. The ink had been calling all evening. I could feel it under my fingernails, where the dark stains refused to wash away, where every drop of shadow seemed to pulse in rhythm with my breath. At first, I thought it was just exhaustion, a trick of the dim lights, but then it began to crawl, slowly, purposefully, like something remembering the shape it once had. When I looked down, the veins on my hands had turned black, not the blue of life, but the glossy, liquid black of something written. The lines curved unnaturally, curling into letters I couldn't quite read, like a language that remembered me, even when I'd forgotten it. I wanted to scream, but the library has rules, one of them being that you never raise your voice after midnight. Sound travels differently here. It echoes not outward, but inward. The walls don't just hear, they listen. So instead, I whispered. I whispered apologies to the shelves, to the books that now watched me from their corners. Their spines glistened faintly, damp from something that was not dust nor moisture. I whispered to the ink that had begun to lace my fingers. Please stop. Please don't write me. But the ink didn't stop. It wanted to finish the story. By dawn, or what I thought was dawn, the lamps dimmed to a sepia haze, like an old photograph left too long in sunlight. The shadows grew deeper, thicker, almost tactile. I tried to move, but the air was too heavy. It pressed down on my shoulders like unseen hands. The library wasn't asleep anymore. It was waiting. Somewhere down the hall, the pages began to turn on their own, a rustle like slow applause. Then came the whisper so soft I thought it might have been my own thoughts, until I realized the sound had rhythm. Write it down. I froze. My reflection there, in the glass of a framed archive list, was smiling, not with my mouth, but with my eyes. The reflection's lips moved faintly, forming the words again. Write it down. I staggered backward, but the ink followed. It had reached my arms now, climbing in elegant, deliberate lines. Words appeared as it spread. Catalog of voices, entry 317, the one who stayed too long. The handwriting was beautiful, neat, cursive, steady. It wasn't mine. The whisper came again, closer now, as if leaning directly behind my ear. You don't read a library like this, it said. You become it. I ran. Or something close to running, though. My steps felt muffled, as if the carpet absorbed not just sound but intention. The aisles stretched endlessly, curving in directions that defied geometry. Every shelf was taller now, leaning forward, breathing. I could smell ink metallic, almost sweet, like blood that had been boiled. Somewhere between the stacks I found a table set for one. A single candle burned in the center, its wax melting in slow spirals. On the table sat a book bound in skin-colored leather. It pulsed faintly, as if something inside was alive. My name was written on the cover. Not my full name, just the first letter, repeated over and over until it lost meaning. I don't know why I reached for it. Maybe because in the library, curiosity is indistinguishable from hunger. My fingers touched the cover, and the candle's flame flickered out. The world went dark, except for the sound of pages turning themselves. When the first light returned, I was no longer standing. I was sitting at the table. The book was open in front of me, and the pages were blank except for the slow appearance of words that weren't being written by any visible hand. They appeared like condensation on glass. I leaned closer. Each word was wet, Each word spelled me. It took hours, maybe longer, before I understood what was happening. The library didn't keep books, it fed them. Every whisper, every memory, every sleepless thought became ink, absorbed into pages that remembered more than they revealed. The lost register, as I'd once heard the archivist whisper, was never a myth. It was the library's digestion. I was being written in. Every blink felt slower. My heartbeat synchronized with the faint thump of the old printing press hidden in the basement. I could hear it below, cycling like a mechanical pulse. Every beat printed a line. Every breath filled another page. I thought about leaving about, forcing open the heavy doors and walking into whatever light remained beyond, but my body no longer moved when I asked it to. The ink had reached my shoulders now, painting my collarbones in lines of fluid shadow. My reflection in the brass candle holder no longer blinked when I did. It was reading me, line by line, with an expression that wasn't mine. Hours later, if hours still meant anything, I found myself whispering along with the books. The words came without effort, like a prayer I'd always known. I repeated phrases I couldn't translate. The walls shivered each time I did. Shelves began to hum in harmony, their spines trembling slightly. Somewhere, a page tore itself in half, as if too full to hold its contents, and then I saw her, the librarian. Not the one I'd met when I first arrived, but the other one, the one who never spoke, who existed only in the periphery of candlelight. She was tall, her face hidden beneath the shadow of a hood that seemed woven from smoke. Her hands were long, translucent, and as she moved, her fingertips brushed over the books like a blessing or a warning. "You've been read," she whispered. Her voice was not a sound, but a vibration through the wood, the ink, the air itself. "Now you must remain." I tried to speak, but my tongue was heavy with ink. I wanted to ask her what would happen to me, whether I would still be me once the story ended. But she only looked at me with eyes that weren't eyes at all. Two hollow spaces where words gathered and fell like ash. Then she reached out and touched my forehead with her ink-stained finger. The world blurred, and I saw it every name the library had ever taken. Every person who had read too long, stayed too late, listened too closely. They were still here, their bodies turned to dust, their voices pressed into parchment, whispering eternally between the lines. I was next. When I woke, or something close to waking, I was no longer in my body. The walls were my skin. The lamps were my eyes. The shelves, my ribs. Every whisper vibrated through me like a pulse. I could feel the readers moving through my corridors, dragging their fingers across my bindings, inhaling the scent of my pages. One stopped near what used to be the West Wing. She pulled a book from the shelf, the one bound in pale leather. She turned it over and frowned. There was a new entry on the cover, a name that hadn't been there before. She opened it. The first page was blank. The second was damp. The third was still being written, by me. Now I understand. The ink wasn't infection. It was transformation. The library doesn't trap you out of malice. It keeps you because it cannot forget. Every book is a memory of someone who refused to leave, who needed to be remembered, even if it meant dissolving into script. Sometimes, when the lights flicker at closing time, I try to whisper through the vents. A warning maybe, or an invitation. Don't stay too long. But the readers rarely listen. They linger over sentences, drawn to the warmth of the words, to the rhythm of turning pages. They always do. And when their fingers brush against a certain spot on the page, a line that hums faintly beneath the surface, they sometimes pause. They feel the heartbeat behind the ink. They think it's a trick of imagination, a tremor from tired eyes. But it's not. It's me. Still here, still whispering through paper, through fibers, through dust. Still writing. Because even now, long after my body vanished into the library's memory, the ink keeps moving. It never dries. It listens. It learns. It remembers. And somewhere, deep inside the labyrinth of shelves, beneath the weight of unread stories and forgotten names, A new page begins to darken, letters forming slowly, as if drawn by invisible hands. A name appears. Ultimina. Yours. The hunter's shot. He'd been walking since dawn, and had forgotten how the light used to feel on his skin. By the time the ridge opened into the hollow, the air had gone metallic, soaked with the weight of late autumn. The kind of air that smelled of rust and pine sap and quiet warnings. Jack Carver paused at the crest, his rifle slung across his shoulder, boots sunk deep into a skin of frost. The mountains stretched before him like sleeping beasts, and somewhere below, a creek whispered its private confessions to the stones. He told himself he was tracking game. That was what the hunt was for, wasn't it? The deer, the fox, the silence that came after the shot. But he hadn't seen a trail all morning, only the marks of things that weren't quite animals, claw lines too high on trees, prints that started human and ended as something else. Still, he pressed on. In the Appalachians, you didn't turn back just because the woods started whispering your name. Jack was the kind of man the town forgot as soon as he left the bar. 35, divorced, broke, with a face carved by wind and regret. The only thing he owned that still worked was his rifle, a battered Remington his father had left him. He told himself this trip was to clear his head. The truth was uglier. He was running from the hollow sound inside himself, from the voice that whispered every night that he'd wasted his life. By noon, the clouds thickened, pressing low enough that the ridge seemed to close around him. The forest changed character then, less open, more secretive. The trees stood closer together, their bark damp and dark, their roots knotted like fingers gripping something they didn't want to release. He heard something scuttle across the leaves ahead, quick and deliberate. His pulse answered before his thoughts could. He raised the rifle. It was there, at the edge of the clearing, a weasel. Small, sleek, its fur the color of dry hay catching faint sunlight. But there was something wrong with its eyes. They weren't black or brown, but amber, the color of old whiskey seen through flame. The creature stood perfectly still, as though it had been waiting for him. Jack hesitated, finger on the trigger. A weasel wasn't worth a bullet, but his mind had already turned it into a symbol, something mocking him, something that dared him to act. The shot cracked through the air like a snapped bone. The echo rolled down the hills, then fell into silence so absolute it made his ears ache. The weasel was gone, not fallen, not bleeding, gone, as if it had never been. Only the smell of gunpowder lingered, sharp and human, foreign to the soil. Jack lowered his rifle, uneasy. The leaves underfoot shifted slightly, though no wind moved through the clearing. He felt it then, a stare, faint but deliberate, like cold fingertips brushing the back of his neck. He turned, scanning the tree line. Nothing. But the feeling didn't fade. He called out, "Anybody there?" The sound of his own voice startled him. It came back hollow, thinner than it should have been. The mountains had swallowed it whole. He walked forward, searching for a carcass. A single drop of blood would have made it all real again, but there was none. Just a pattern of disturbed leaves and a smell he couldn't name, something sweet and foul, like fruit left too long in the Sunday. He crouched, ran a hand over the ground, and found a tuft of fur. Yellow, warm. When he lifted his hand, the fur was gone. Jack swore under his breath, shouldered his rifle, and started downhill. The forest closed behind him. He told himself he needed to find camp before dark, but a thin voice inside said he was already too deep, that the woods were folding him inward, like a secret they'd decided to keep. By dusk, the trail had vanished. His compass spun lazy circles. The cold thickened, carrying that smell again, sweet rot and something animal. His breath clouded in front of him, and with it came the faint sound of breathing. Not his own, a slow, rhythmic exhale that rose and fell from somewhere nearby. He froze, rifle raised. Who's there? A rustle. A pause. Then silence. He stepped forward, boots careful on the damp earth. Between two trees stood a shape, tall and narrow. For a heartbeat, he thought it was a person until it moved wrong, too smooth, too deliberate. The faint light caught on something pale, the glint of teeth, or perhaps bone. Jack took another step. "I'm armed," he said, though his voice cracked halfway through the sentence. The thing tilted its head, as if listening. Then it spoke, or something like speech came from it. A voice thin as dry grass scraping rock. "You missed." Jack stumbled back. "What?" "You missed the shot," it said. "You took from me, and you missed." The words came from the dark, but the tone carried amusement and something colder hunger disguised as calm. He aimed his rifle toward the sound. "Stay back." No answer, only the smell growing stronger, the kind that seeps into memory. Then a sound, claws against stone, slow and deliberate. Jack backed away, caught his heel on a root, and went down hard. Pain flared through his shoulder, the rifle skidding out of reach. When he looked up, the thing was closer. It wasn't a man. It wasn't an animal. Its body shimmered in the half-light, fur shifting like smoke around muscle too lean, too long. The head tilted again, eyes glimmering yellow. "Who are you?" Jack whispered. It smiled, and in that smile he saw the weasel's teeth, fine and sharp. "You call me varmint," it said. "But once, long ago, they called me something older. I walk in the skin they forget. You've stolen a moment that belonged to me." "Hi." Jack tried to scramble back, but the air itself seemed to thicken. "I didn't kill anything," he said. "You weren't." The creature crouched, its movements eerily human. "The shot was a wish. You made it. Now it's mine." Jack blinked, confused. "A wish?" "You wished it gone," it said softly. "You wished your aim true. You wished your fear small. Wishes are debts, Hunter. You owe me something." He stared, heartbeat hammering in his throat. "What do you want?" It leaned closer, until he could smell the earth on its breath, could see the faint pulse beneath its fur. "Tell me," it whispered. "What is it you truly desire?" Jack shook his head. "I don't." "You do." The forest seemed to bend around the sound, branches creaking in rhythm with its voice. "Every man who walks alone in these hills carries a hollow in his chest," it said. "Tell me yours, Jack Carver." He tried to stand, but his legs wouldn't obey. His mind swam not from fear, but from something older, something that crept through his blood like a lullaby. His father's voice echoed faintly. "Never shoot what looks back at you. I want..." He began and stopped. The words felt dangerous. "I want to stop being afraid." The creature nodded, as though it had been waiting for that answer all along. "Then we understand each other," it said. "Fear is a fine thing to give. I'll take it." Before he could move, it reached out. Its hand, if that's what it was, brushed his cheek. Cold fire spread across his skin. For a moment, he saw flashes. His childhood home, the fields, his father's grave, all flickering like film caught in a projector. Then they burned away, replaced by silence. When he could breathe again, the creature was gone. Jack staggered to his feet. His heartbeat was steady, too steady. His breath even. The forest no longer frightened him. The fear was gone, completely. He should have felt relief. Instead, he felt hollow. The air smelled wrong. The trees leaned too close. His own skin itched, tight across his body like a shirt too small. When he looked down at his hands, they seemed pale, stretched, almost translucent. He flexed them, and something under the surface shifted, not muscle, not bone, but something alive. Somewhere in the dark, the creature's voice drifted back, faint as a dying echo. "You'll thank me, Jack Carver. When the moon is right. When you start to change." Him. The rain began not with thunder but with a sigh. A soft weeping that slid through the trees and sank into the soil. By the time Jack reached the ravine, the forest had gone slick and shining, the moon reduced to a pale smear behind clouds. His clothes clung to him like borrowed skin. Every sound, the drip of water from branch to branch, the slow wheeze of the wind came sharper than it should. as though the world itself was leaning closer to listen. He had not felt fear since the creature touched him, but something colder had replaced it, an awareness that he was no longer entirely alone in his own thoughts. He could hear his heartbeat, a distant, patient metronome, yet it seemed to belong to someone else. His mind was still, unnaturally still, and when he tried to remember what his mother's voice sounded like, there was only a faint hiss of static, like the silence inside a cave. He walked until the path beneath his boots turned to stone. The creek had cut deep into the hillside here, leaving a dark wound in the mountain's flesh. The air smelled of minerals and decay. Somewhere ahead, water dripped with rhythmic insistence, like the ticking of a clock no one had wound in years. And then he saw a low mouth opening in the rock, rimmed with moss and shadow. The entrance of a cave. Jack hesitated, though hesitation now was just memory. The creature's words still coiled inside him like smoke. "You'll thank me when the moon is right." He should have turned back. Instead, he ducked beneath the overhang and stepped into the dark. The cave swallowed the light in a single breath. He lifted his flashlight, its beam carving narrow corridors through the wet air. The rock walls glistened with moisture, veins of quartz catching the reflection like eyes in the dark. Deeper in, the air grew warm, thick, almost alive. The farther he went, the quieter the world became, until even the sound of his boots on stone faded, replaced by something else, a whisper too faint to name. It wasn't a voice at first, more like the suggestion of one, the vibration of words before they became sound. He followed it deeper. The cave widened into a chamber whose ceiling disappeared into blackness. At its center, water pooled in a shallow basin, the surface still as glass. The air above it shimmered, heavy with that same sweet, rotten scent he'd smelled before. And there, crouched beside the pool, was the creature. Its body looked different now, less beast, more human, as though it had dressed itself in the outline of a man. The fur along its arms was thinner, almost translucent, and its hands, though clawed, were articulate. It turned its head slowly toward him, the movement deliberate, ceremonial. Its eyes glowed with that steady amber light, and when it smiled, the reflection in the pool smiled too, though the reflection's mouth opened wider than it should, stretching into something that wasn't a smile at all. "Welcome back, Jack Carver." Jack didn't speak. Words felt heavy in his throat, unneeded. The creature tilted its head. "Do you know why you came?" He shook his head. "Because bargains," it said, "don't end with the taking. They begin there." Jack stepped closer to the pool. "What are you?" The creature's reflection moved first. It leaned toward him, its shape rippling across the water. The real one followed a moment later, as though it took instruction from its own mirror. "Once," it said, "I was the wish of a dying man, a hunter, much like you. He feared death, so he gave it to me instead. I wore his skin until it fell apart, and then I wore another. That's the way of things here. Wishes make new flesh." Jack frowned. "You said I owed you, and you do," it whispered. "You asked to be free of fear, so I took it. But fear was part of your name, Jack. Without it, the rest of you unravels. You'll need something else to fill the hollow." The creature dipped a finger into the pool. The water rippled, and for a moment Jack saw faces beneath the surface, dozens of them, blurred, distorted, mouths open in silent screams. The water stilled again. "You want me to take something else?" Jack asked. "No, to give." "And to give what?" "A story," it said. "Your story. The true one. The one you've never told anyone. The one that explains what you really wish for." Jack felt the weight of the rifle on his shoulder, the ache in his hands. He thought of the years spent chasing ghosts, in these woods, deer that never showed, men who died for less than a mistake. He thought of the night his father had taken him hunting for the first time, how the old man's hands had trembled when they came upon a buck tangled in wire, its throat half torn. "I can't," Jack murmured. "You can," the creature replied. "You must." The silence stretched thin. Then Jack began to speak, the words spilling out slow, uneven, as though someone else had been holding them all along. "I wanted to be brave," he said. "All my life, I thought courage was the absence of fear. My father, he used to say, fear was a curse. He drank himself to death trying to silence it. I thought I could do better, thought if I killed enough things, I'd stop feeling like him." The creature listened, still as stone. "I took the shot today because I wanted to prove I could, that I wasn't weak. But when I pulled the trigger, I realized I wasn't shooting an animal. I was shooting the part of me that still cared." The creature smiled faintly, teeth catching the dim light. "And now?" "Now," Jack said, "I feel nothing. Good," it murmured. "Then we can begin." The creature reached into the pool and drew something from beneath the surface, a bundle of wet fur, golden and glistening. It held it out toward him. "This was mine. You took it. Now it can be yours." Jack stared. The fur writhed faintly in its grip, as though breathing. "I don't understand." "You will," the creature said. "Take it, and you'll have what you ask for: courage. The kind that doesn't need fear. The kind that endures." He hesitated, then reached out. The moment his fingers brushed the fur, a warmth surged up his arm deep, pulsing, alive. The fur melted into his skin, spreading like oil. He gasped, tried to pull away, but the warmth turned to fire. His veins burned with light. His heartbeat quickened, too fast, then too slow. The air tasted of iron. The creature's voice drifted closer, echoing from everywhere and nowhere. "The mountain remembers every man who makes a wish here. You'll walk as one of us soon." Jack fell to his knees. His skin rippled, flesh crawling over muscle. The warmth spread to his chest, his face. His reflection in the pool warped his eyes, turning gold, his mouth stretching into an unfamiliar grin. What's happening?" "You're becoming the story you told," the creature whispered. "The man who cannot feel fear, the man who will outlive his own name." "Him," Jack screamed, but the sound came out low, guttural, wrong. His reflection laughed. The creature watched in silence, almost reverent. When the pain subsided, the pool had gone still again. Jack knelt there, panting, his skin slick with sweat and shadow. The fur was gone, but his arms shimmered faintly, a golden sheen beneath the surface of his flesh. The creature stood. "It's done." Jack looked up, his voice raw. "What am I now?" The creature smiled. Something that no longer needs to ask. It turned, melting back into the dark, its shape dissolving into the rock. Jack rose unsteadily, staring at his reflection in the pool. It stared back, perfectly still, until it blinked a fraction of a second too late. He stumbled toward the cave mouth. The rain had stopped, but the forest waited, patient and heavy. When he stepped outside, the air clung to him differently. The cold didn't bite. The night didn't intimidate. The stars looked closer, their light sharp enough to cut. He breathed in, and the world tasted new. Behind him, from deep within the cave, came the faint sound of laughter, not mocking, not cruel, just ancient. Amused, Jack walked on, and somewhere in the dark something walked with him, breathing in perfect rhythm. The air inside the cave seemed thicker that night, a kind of breathing darkness, slow and damp, carrying the scent of rust, stone, and the faint sweetness of decay. Jack's voice trembled as he spoke, though he tried to steady it with his usual pride. He had faced wolves before, storms and hunger that gnawed like worms through bone. But this quiet creature sitting across from him, half man, half beast, with its fur glowing like wet amber in the dim firelight, was different. It didn't move much, but when it did, the world seemed to bend toward it, like trees bowing to a wind that wasn't there. Jack wiped the sweat from his brow and tried to meet its eyes. They gleamed like gold coins sunk in dark water, reflective, waiting, patient. "You said I took something from you," Jack muttered. "What was it?" The creature smiled. It was a slow, deliberate smile, revealing teeth too white, too even, as though it had stolen them from someone else. "A chance," it whispered. The words slid through the air like a hiss between cracked lips. "You took away my chance to be seen again. You shot before you looked. You acted before you wondered." Jack's throat tightened. He remembered the moment, that flash of yellow fur between the branches, his rifle lifting almost by instinct, the echo bouncing off the trees. He hadn't even checked to see what he hit. He only realized later that the bullet had struck rock, that the creature had escaped. "I didn't mean." "I know what men mean," the skinwalker interrupted. "Meaning is your disguise. What I want is your truth." "Yeah." Its long fingers traced the dirt between them. The lines it drew formed spirals, intersecting circles, strange markings that seemed to shift when Jack blinked. "Tell me, Hunter," the creature said softly. "What do you truly desire? Not the thing you boast about to your friends at the tavern. Not the thing you tell the mirror when you're drunk. Tell me the one thing you've never dared to say out loud, even to yourself." Jack opened his mouth, but nothing came. His thoughts tangled, crawling like insects in the dark corners of his mind. He wanted to live. He wanted to be free. He wanted to stop being afraid of everything. The silence, the future, the memory of his father's voice telling him he'd never be enough. He tried to breathe, but the air in the cave pressed against his lungs like damp cloth. I want to be brave," he whispered finally. "I want to stop running. I want to look at something terrifying and not flinch." "Fine." The skinwalker tilted its head, considering. Its golden fur rippled faintly, as if stirred by some invisible breeze. "Bravery," it said, almost with amusement. "A mortal wish, small and soft. You think courage is what makes you human?" Jack swallowed. "Maybe it is." The creature chuckled a low, guttural sound, almost like laughter, but without any warmth. "Courage is not human," it said. "It's a hunger. And hunger, I understand." It stood then, stretching its limbs. In the flicker of the firelight, Jack could see the texture of its fur more clearly. Not fur, but skin, layered and shifting, as though beneath it were other skins trying to crawl free. "Come," it said. "Step closer." Jack hesitated. Every muscle in his body screamed to flee, but something deeper, a strange curiosity, a compulsion pulled him toward the creature. He knelt before it, his heart pounding like a second fire inside his chest. The skinwalker reached out and touched his face with one long finger. The touch was cold, but not lifeless. It was the cold of stone that remembers warmth. "Bravery has a price," it whispered. "Will you pay it?" Jack nodded, though he didn't yet understand what that meant. The creature smiled again, a thin, knowing curve. "Then I'll take your fear." Before Jack could react, the creature pressed its palm against his chest. His body seized breath, caught mid-inhale as something sharp and invisible reached into him like claws made of shadow. It didn't hurt in the usual way. It was worse. It felt like being unthreaded. His memory spilled before him, the first deer he shot, the smell of pine sap on his hands, his mother's song by the hearth, the taste of fear in every choice he ever made. One by one, they were peeled away, drained through that single, burning touch. He wanted to scream, but the sound never came. Only silence, a deep, echoing silence that stretched through his mind like an empty cave. When the skinwalker finally released him, Jack collapsed onto the cold stone floor, gasping. His heart still beat, but something inside him felt hollow, as if a wind now moved where his soul used to be. The creature crouched beside him, studying him with a strange tenderness. "How do you feel?" it asked. Jack blinked. The world looked different now, flatter, distant. The shadows no longer frightened him. The darkness in the corners of the cave no longer whispered threats. The sound of dripping water no longer felt like a countdown to doom. "I feel," he paused, "empty, calm." The skinwalker nodded approvingly. "You are free from fear. You are brave now." Jack stared at his hands. They trembled slightly, not from fear, but from some physical echo of it. He couldn't quite tell if he liked the sensation or not. Then he noticed the creature's eyes. They had changed. They were no longer golden, but a deep, familiar brown his color. And its skin or fur looked less wild now, more human. The contours of its face were shifting, slowly but unmistakably, into something he recognized, his own. What's happening? Jack stammered, backing away. The skinwalker smiled. I told you, bravery has a price. It began to peel something from its own shoulder, a thin, translucent layer that shimmered in the dim light. Beneath it was flesh that looked red and raw, as though scraped clean. And then, with horrifying grace, it reached for him. Don't, Jack whispered, but his voice lacked fear, and so it lacked power. The skinwalker's fingers hooked into his shirt collar, then into his skin beneath it. Jack didn't feel pain, only pressure, the strange sensation of separation, as though a glove were being turned inside out. But the glove was him. He watched, silent and dazed, as his skin lifted away from his muscles in a single, seamless motion. It came off like fabric, folding, stretching, rippling. The creature held it gently, admiring its craftsmanship, the veins, the freckles, the scars that told stories of his life. It fits perfectly, it murmured. Jack tried to move, but his body no longer obeyed him. He could see his own face now, smiling back at him not from a reflection, but from the skinwalker wearing it. You'll never flinch again, it said, now in his own voice. The creature turned toward the entrance of the cave, the sound of rain outside mingling with its footsteps. Jack wanted to scream, to shout, to beg, to curse, but without his skin, without his fear, he could do none of those things. He lay there raw, breathing, aware. The air burned against his exposed flesh, but it was a distant burn, abstract and muted. He realized, with growing horror, that without fear, even pain meant nothing. The cave seemed to exhale. Somewhere far away, he could hear the creature's voice humming an old tune, his mother's tune. Jack crawled toward the pool of water near the back of the cave, dragging what was left of himself across the cold stone. When he reached the edge, he looked down. The reflection staring back wasn't a man. It was something red, faceless, pulsing with life but without expression. A man-shaped wound. He laughed, or tried to. The sound came out wrong, like a gurgle. The creature had kept its promise. He was brave now. He could face anything, even this, without fear. But bravery without fear was nothing more than emptiness, a hollow echo of what once made him human. He stayed there, in the quiet, dripping dark, and realized what he had truly wished for was not courage. It was peace. And peace, he now understood, was the cruelest form of silence. The rain had not stopped by morning. It came in long silver threads, weaving through the broken pines, tracing the ribs of the mountains like veins of some sleeping giant. The world outside the cave was pale and cold, the air thick with the smell of moss and wet bark. The thing that wore Jack's skin stepped out first. Its movements were careful, deliberate, too deliberate. Each step sank into the mud with a confidence that did not belong to Jack. It lifted its head, sniffing the air like a wolf, testing a new disguise. The voice that came from its mouth was his, though it wavered with a strange echo, as if two throats spoke at once. Feels right, it murmured, flexing the fingers that once had been his. Warm, strong, seen, behind. In the darkness of the cave, something still moved. A sound of dragging, a slow breath. Jack, or what was left of him. He no longer had eyes as he remembered them, but he could see in vibrations, in sound, in memory. He could sense the echo of his own voice now walking away, carrying his life like a trophy. The cave sighed around him, and he realized it was not empty. From its walls came faint murmurs, the remnants of others who had bargained before. Their whispers coiled like threads of smoke. Broken names, unfinished prayers, half-remembered lives. Do not follow, one voice hissed, old and trembling. He walks where you cannot go. But Jack was already crawling. He did not know why. He could not feel the cold, yet the pull of the world, the smell of pine, the memory of sunlight dragged him forward. He left streaks of dark fluid on the stones, not quite blood, not quite shadow. Outside, the light was weak and gray. The forest swayed in a heavy mist, and every tree seemed to lean away from him as he emerged, a raw thing trying to remember how to live. Birds fell silent when he passed. Even the rain seemed to thin, uncertain whether it should touch him. He followed the footprints through the mud, his footprints up the slope toward the hunting cabin where he had left his pack. He moved without thought, each motion guided by instinct, by the faint thread that still tied him to his stolen skin. The creature Jack's reflection was there already. It stood by the cabin door, looking through the window as though seeing the world for the first time. Inside, the dim lantern light flickered against old photographs on the wall. His father with his rifle, his mother holding a deer skull painted with red sigils. The skinwalker smiled. So this is what it's like to be remembered. Jack wanted to scream. The sound that came out was low and wet like wind through a broken flute. The creature turned its head slightly, as if listening to a memory rather than a voice. "You shouldn't have come," it said softly, not turning around. "You'll undo the gift." It walked inside, the floorboards creaking under its boots. Jack followed, the damp earth clinging to what was left of him. He moved through the doorway like smoke, unseen, unheard, yet heavy with longing. Inside, the cabin smelled of oil, leather, and old ash. The skinwalker sat at the table, turning the rifle between its hands. It looked at its reflection in the window, admiring the human symmetry. "I understand you now," it whispered to the glass. "Your fear was your heartbeat. Without it, you were hollow. You hunted because you were afraid of being hunted. You spoke loudly so the silence wouldn't eat you." Jack drew closer. Each sound in the room magnified: the tick of rain on the roof, the slow crack of wood in the fire, the whisper of his own emptiness. The skinwalker continued, voice soft, almost tender. "But I can be better. I can live without fear, without shame. I can be what you wanted to be." "Yes, well." It raised the rifle, pressed its cheek against the worn stock, and aimed at the mirror above the mantel. "A man who never flinches." Jack's hollow breath trembled. The creature's finger tightened on the trigger, but in that moment, something else filled the room. A wind, cold and sudden, swept through the cabin. The lantern flickered. The mirror rippled like water, and for the briefest second, the reflection inside was not the skinwalker, nor Jack, but something between a figure stitched from both, a mouth that opened but did not speak, eyes that saw everything and nothing. The rifle fired. The sound shattered the quiet like thunder. The mirror exploded into silver shards. The skinwalker stumbled back, the rifle clattering to the floor. Jack reached out, reflex, instinct, and the fragments of glass turned toward him, reflecting his raw, skinless shape. In each piece he saw a different version of himself. The boy, the hunter, the coward, the corpse. He realized then that he was not chasing his body, he was chasing his fear. The creature hadn't stolen it completely. It had buried it in the reflection. His reflection. He moved toward the broken mirror. The shards trembled, humming in the air. The skinwalker, still on the floor, tried to rise. Blood, Jack's blood, dripping from a shallow wound across its cheek. "Don't," it whispered. "You'll bring it back." Jack placed his hand, if it could still be called that, on the largest shard. The glass was cold, but behind it pulsed something warm, something familiar. A heartbeat. His heartbeat. The world folded inward. For a moment, there was no forest, no cave, no rain, only a white expanse filled with echoes. He stood whole again, or maybe not before his reflection, and his reflection looked tired. "Why?" it asked. Its voice was his, but quieter. "You wanted courage. You wanted peace." Jack stared back, his throat tight. "I wanted to live." The reflection smiled, and it was almost kind. "Then take it." It reached forward, pressing its hand to his chest. The touch burned cold and hot at once. Jack gasped. Fear, sharp and electric. flooded back into him. The taste of it filled his mouth. Iron, dirt, heartbeat. He felt again. When he opened his eyes, he was on the floor of the cabin. The fire had died down to embers. His skin was his again, imperfect, scarred, trembling. He looked around. The rifle lay beside him. The door swung gently on its hinges, letting in the rain. The skinwalker was gone. Only a trail of golden fur led out into the forest, glimmering faintly in the lamplight. Jack pushed himself upright, every muscle screaming. His breath came in ragged waves. He was alive. He was afraid. He stepped outside. The forest waited, silent, watching. Somewhere in the distance, a low howl rose, neither wolf nor man, but something between. Jack closed his eyes. The sound made his heart race, but he didn't turn away. He let it wash over him, cold and infinite. He whispered into the mist, "You can have the woods. I'll keep the fear." For a moment, the wind paused, as if listening. Then it moved on, carrying the whisper back into the mountains. He walked down the muddy trail toward the valley, toward the faint lights of the town. Each step hurt, each breath burned, but the pain was real. The fear was real, and for the first time, he understood that to feel fear was not weakness, it was proof that he still belonged to himself. Behind him, the forest breathed once more. The rain softened. The hills folded back into shadow. And somewhere deep in the trees, the skinwalker whispered, not in anger, not in loss, but in understanding. "You learned," it said to the night. So did I. Jack never saw the creature again. But sometimes, when the wind blew just right, he could hear a low voice humming his mother's song. It didn't frighten him anymore. He would sit by his cabin window, watching the rain trace long silver scars down the glass, and whisper back softly, like a prayer, like a promise, "I am still afraid." And in that quiet confession, he found the courage he had been chasing all along. The seasons changed quietly in the mountains, the way a ghost shifts its shape without sound, without ceremony. By the time autumn rolled down the ridges, Jack's cabin had sunk deeper into solitude, wrapped in moss and fog and the slow forgetting of the world. The rifle hung above the hearth, cleaned but never touched. The glass shards from the mirror still lay in a small wooden box, each one wrapped in cloth, each humming faintly when the wind pressed against the windows. Sometimes, when night settled in and the trees began their whispering, Jack could hear it, the faint scratching of something just beyond the edge of the clearing, moving in slow, thoughtful circles. It never came closer. It never had to. The two of them were bound now, not by curse or by bargain, but by remembrance. He no longer hunted. He no longer wandered. He simply lived, in the quiet way that wounded men do when they are not sure if they are forgiven or simply forgotten. The fear was still there, alive beneath his ribs, steady and familiar. He had stopped trying to kill it. He fed it, in small breaths, like keeping a fragile flame alive. One night, near the first frost, Jack woke to the sound of footsteps outside the cabin. Not the crash of animal hooves or the crack of branches, but slow, human steps, measured, careful. The sound of someone who had learned how to walk without being heard. He sat up, heart pounding, the old fear moving through him like a tide. The air smelled of pine and earth, and something faintly metallic, like rain against iron. When the knock came, it was gentle, 3 quiet taps against the wooden door. Jack didn't move. The room was lit only by the embers of the fire, their glow painting the walls in a restless red. A voice spoke from the other side, low and calm. "You still wear it well." Jack's throat tightened. The sound was unmistakable, his own voice stretched through distance, softened by something ancient. He stood, slowly, and reached for the latch. The door opened with a sigh. The figure standing outside was neither beast nor man. It wore a coat of golden fur, but its face was almost human almost. Its eyes, deep and tired, reflected the faint light of the cabin. In those eyes, Jack saw the echo of himself, the part that had wandered too far from flesh and found no way back. "I didn't think you'd return," Jack said, his voice a whisper of smoke. The skinwalker tilted its head, rain running down its fur like silver threads. I didn't. I only remembered. It stepped inside, each movement careful, reverent. The cabin seemed smaller now, as though shrinking away from what had once been its own shadow. Jack gestured toward the chair by the fire. You can sit. The creature smiled faintly. I have forgotten how. They stood across from each other for a long time, the fire muttering between them. Outside, the forest watched, every leaf holding its breath. Finally, Jack spoke. Why are you here? The skinwalker's voice was quiet, steady. You returned what you took, but you left something behind. Jack frowned. What? The creature lifted one long, furred hand, pressing it to its chest. The memory of fear. It grows heavy when it has no body to hold it. The words hung in the air, trembling. Jack could feel them not as sound, but as a pressure behind his heart. He took a step forward. You said you wanted my courage. I did, the skinwalker whispered. But courage without fear is hollow. I see now why you were never whole, why I could not stay. The fire cracked sharply, sparks leaping toward the ceiling. Jack flinched, then caught himself breathing through the tremor. So what happens now? The creature looked into the firelight, its golden fur shifting in waves of warmth and shadow. Now, I remember. And you live. Jack shook his head slowly. That sounds like another curse. The skinwalker smiled a slow, almost human curve of lips. No, it's mercy. They stood in silence again. The fire dwindled to a glow. The room filled with the soft rhythm of rain and wind, and beneath it, the faint murmur of two heartbeats, beating out of sync but bound by the same echo. After a while, the skinwalker turned toward the window. Its reflection stared back faintly in the glass, flickering, incomplete. This world forgets easily, it said, but the skin remembers. Every cut, every warmth, every fear. That is what keeps you alive. It pressed its hand to the glass, and the reflection shifted. For an instant, Jack saw not the creature, but his own face drawn, weary, human. The skinwalker withdrew its hand. You must not bury what scares you, it said softly. It is the only part of you that truly belongs. Jack felt something loosen in him, something that had been wound tight since that night in the cave. He wanted to ask if the creature regretted it. The exchange, the pain, the bargain that had bound them both. But the question dissolved before it reached his lips. The skinwalker turned to the door. The mountains will keep my name. The rest, I leave to you. Jack followed it out onto the porch. The rain had thinned to a mist. The world smelled clean again, sharp with pine and ash. At the edge of the clearing, the skinwalker paused. Its form was already fading, the gold of its fur blending into the gray of the trees. Will I see you again? Jack asked quietly. The creature didn't answer. It only lifted its head, and the sound that rose from its throat was not quite a howl, not quite a song. It was the sound of something old, remembering how to let go. When it was gone, the forest sighed. The rain stopped. The night stood still. Jack lingered on the porch, his bare feet cold against the wet wood. He could still feel the echo of that sound beneath his skin, like a pulse that wasn't entirely his. He pressed a hand to his chest, and for the first time, he did not recoil from the tremor there. The fear was still alive. It always would be. He whispered to the emptiness, to the mist, to whatever lingered beyond hearing. Then let it stay. And the wind, passing through the broken trees, whispered back not in words, but in the low hum of something eternal, something that had traded pain for memory, and memory for grace. Inside the cabin, the fire finally died. The room filled with darkness, deep and warm. On the table, the small box of mirror shards began to stir. The pieces trembled, aligning themselves slowly, almost tenderly, into a single pane. In their reflection, the faint shimmer of golden fur rippled once, then faded. Jack returned to his chair and sat in the quiet. The scars on his hands glowed faintly in the dying light. He touched one, tracing its edge with a strange affection. Each line, each mark, was a story the world could not see, a memory his body refused to let go. He smiled, barely, and closed his eyes. Outside, dawn began its slow climb over the mountains, washing the sky in pale amber. The forest stirred, whispering the name of the man who had faced the skin he had lost, and the fear he had learned to keep. And somewhere, deep in the hollows, something gold moved between the trees, singing softly a lullaby for the living and the remembered alike. The curator's collection, the marble of the museum floor, had a sound, not just an echo, but a pulse. It rose beneath the soles of Amelia's heels with every careful step, a steady whisper of presence inside the hollow cathedral of art. The museum, after closing hours, was a world made entirely of breath and stillness, a body without a heartbeat, suspended in the long exhale of time. It was nearly midnight, though time had begun to lose its strictness. The walls, washed in pale security light, glowed the color of dusted bone. Shadows gathered at the bases of pedestals, crept along moldings, and folded themselves into the corners where the glass cases met the ceiling. Outside, rain tapped at the wide skylight dome, tracing slow rivulets down its surface. Inside, the air smelled faintly of linseed oil, wax, and old velvet. Amelia Hart had stayed late again. She always did. Her colleagues said she preferred the quiet, but the truth was deeper. She needed the silence, needed to hear the art breathe when no one else was there. By day, the museum was a chorus of footsteps, voices, and camera shutters. By night, it became something pure, almost sacred, a chapel for the unseen. She had been curating the new exhibit for 3 months, the Still Ones, a study in motionless beauty sculptures, wax portraits, and ancient masks that spoke in silence. It was meant to explore the idea of stillness as eternity. The press loved the concept, the donors too, but for Amelia, the idea had begun to crawl under her skin. She stood now before one of the display cases, a marble bust of a nameless woman, her eyes downcast, lips barely parted. It was a piece that predated the museum itself. The sculpture's creator was unknown, its provenance obscured by decades of lost paperwork. Yet the craftsmanship was perfect. The folds of the woman's hair, the veins in her neck, the suggestion of warmth in cold stone. Amelia tilted her head slightly, studying it the way a person studies a stranger they half remember. There was something human beneath the smoothness, as though the marble might have once been alive, or worse, might remember being alive. Her reflection in the glass merged with the statue's faintly smiling face. For a moment, the two seemed to breathe in sync. Then a faint sound broke the illusion. A soft tick. Not a clock, not machinery, something else. A small, deliberate movement, somewhere in the hall. She turned, empty. The gallery stretched on behind her, a corridor of glass and shadow. The sound came again, a gentle tap, like the click of fingernails on stone. Her hand tightened around the flashlight in her pocket, but she didn't switch it on. She knew better than to flood the silence with light. Light could make things vanish. Sometimes, it was better to listen first. The tapping stopped. Amelia exhaled, but her chest still felt tight. She brushed an invisible thread from her sleeve and began walking again, her heels echoing softly. Her route was familiar, down the central corridor, past the grand staircase, through the hall of portraits, and into the temporary exhibit space. She knew every sound in this place, the hum of the refrigeration units, the faint vibration of the motion sensors, the breathing of the building's air ducts. But tonight, those usual mechanical murmurs were subdued, as if the entire museum was holding its breath. As she passed the portraits, she caught herself glancing at the eyes. It was habit, nothing more. The eyes were the life of a painting. But tonight, they felt too alive. Every painted gaze seemed slightly redirected, following her at the edge of perception. The portraits were of strangers from long ago, barons, wives, nameless muses. The pigment had aged, cracked, and faded, but the glint of oil varnish over dark pupils caught the dim security light in a way that mimicked wetness. She stopped before one painting, Woman in Ochre, dated 1761. The woman's expression was neutral, but her eyes were sharp. Amelia leaned in, watching the faint craquelure across the surface. There was a faint scent of turpentine, though no solvents had been used here in years. "Beautiful," she whispered, though her voice didn't sound like her own. It was low, breathless, like something trying to imitate speech after too long in silence. A soft pop of static startled her. She turned again, only to see that one of the gallery's speakers had flickered on. The system sometimes cycled automatically, checking connections, but the timing, the coincidence, made her throat tighten. The music that followed was faint, fractured, a fragment of a symphony looping endlessly, the sound of strings stretched to a shimmer. Her fingers brushed the lanyard that still hung from her neck, her ID badge, the metal clasp cool against her collarbone. She walked on. When she reached the temporary exhibit space, she stopped again. This was her domain, the newest room, still being prepared for the official opening next week. Inside, under soft halogen light, were the wax sculptures. They stood on polished black platforms, arranged in a semicircle as if frozen mid-conversation. Their creator, an eccentric European artist named Marceau, had vanished shortly after completing the set. His last message to the museum had been a single phrase scrawled in French across the shipping invoice. "They only sleep when watched." Love. At first, Amelia had thought it poetic. Now, she wasn't so sure. The figures were unnervingly realistic, each one capturing not just the appearance, but the momentum of life. A woman reaching for an unseen object. A man bending slightly forward, as though whispering to someone just out of frame. A child gazing upward, hand half raised. Amelia felt the hair on her neck lift. The temperature here was colder, the air denser. She rubbed her arms, but the chill persisted, seeping through her blouse like mist. She took a step closer to one of the figures, a man in an old-fashioned suit. His eyes were half-lidded, the glass irises painted with uncanny precision. His lips were slightly parted, showing the faint impression of teeth behind the wax. For a second, she thought she saw the chest rise. Just slightly. Her heartbeat quickened. She leaned forward, searching for a flaw, an air vent, anything to explain it. But the wax was flawless. There were no seams, no gaps, only the faint texture of skin pressed into eternity. A whisper brushed her ear. Not words, just breath. Cold, intimate, the ghost of language. She froze. The breath returned, this time behind her neck, the kind of closeness that made the skin prickle before the mind could understand. She turned sharply. The room was still. Her reflection in the protective glass wall stared back at her wide eyes, pale skin, lips slightly open. Behind her reflection, the wax figures stood motionless. Yet, she counted. 1, 2, 3, 4. There had been 6. Her eyes scanned the rows again. The 6th figure, a woman in a curator's uniform, stood further back, near the column by the exit. Amelia didn't remember her being there before. The resemblance was faint but undeniable. The curve of the chin, the posture, the hair swept behind the ear, it was her. A trick of the light, she told herself. The artist had modeled it after a common form, a reflection of the modern viewer. Nothing personal, nothing deliberate. Still, her pulse climbed. She walked toward the sculpture, trying to slow her breathing. The closer she got, the clearer the detail became, the faint vein along the temple, the indentation where glasses might rest, the subtle asymmetry of the jawline. Too specific to be coincidence, too human to be imitation. Her hand trembled as she reached out. Her fingertips hovered an inch from the waxed cheek, and the air felt warm. Not from the lights, not from the room, but from within the sculpture itself. She pulled back. The lights flickered once. The air system let out a sigh. Somewhere behind her, a door latch clicked softly, though she knew she had locked it herself. Amelia turned off the overheads, one by one, until only the emergency lights glowed, faintly red, across the sculptures. The figures now looked alive in their stillness, half-shadowed, half-seen. Their glass eyes shimmered like wet pupils. Her reflection in the glass of the exit door wavered as she passed. For a moment, the face that looked back wasn't hers. The jaw slightly too still, the skin too perfect, the kind of perfection that no longer belonged to flesh. Then, the reflection blinked. She gasped and stumbled backward, hitting the pedestal behind her. The wax hand of one statue brushed against her arm, soft, almost pliant. Her breath came in short bursts. The faint music from the gallery speakers crackled again, this time resolving into something clearer. The final notes of a sonata, fading into silence. The museum was completely still. Amelia stood there, the echo of her pulse pounding in her ears. Then she whispered, perhaps to herself, perhaps to the walls. Just fatigue. Just shadows. But the whisper that answered softer, slower, came from somewhere else entirely, and it spoke her name. The sound that lingered in the room after the whisper of her name was not quite silence. It was a texture like the air itself had learned how to tremble. Amelia stood perfectly still. Her heartbeat was an unwanted rhythm in a space that seemed to despise movement. The figures around her had not changed position, not visibly, but something subtle, something wrong, had shifted in the air. The wax seemed warmer now, the faint smell of honeyed resin rising gently, like perfume on living skin. She turned slowly, scanning the semicircle of sculptures. Their faces, lit by the dim red emergency light, glowed faintly as if lit from within. The details of their pores, their eyelashes, their soft, translucent layers of wax, all too precise, too intimate. In their chests, she was sure now lifted and fell. Barely. But the motion was there. Condensation. She whispered to no one, because saying anything felt safer than silence. The air vents, the heat exchange, but the vents were silent, and the breath she thought she saw matched her own. She took a single step backward, her heel clicking sharply against the marble. The sound cracked the air, startling her. She covered her mouth instinctively, as though afraid the sculptures might hear. From the corner of her vision, a figure's head seemed to tilt slightly toward her, just slightly. When she looked directly, it was as still as before. Her reflection in the glass door shimmered faintly. The faint hum of the lights above her pulsed once, dimmed, then steadied again, except in the far corner, where the light flickered every few seconds, each time freezing the figures in a different configuration of shadow. She forced herself to move. Slowly, she crossed the room toward her office, at the far end of the exhibit space. The click of her heels now sounded wrong, each echo a heartbeat too late, as if the walls were learning her rhythm and feeding it back to her. Her keycard trembled in her hand. She swiped it. The door clicked open, and she slipped inside, closing it quickly behind her. Inside her small, glass-walled office, the sound changed again, muffled, contained, but not safe. She leaned against the door, breathing hard, her reflection staring back from the black window pane. The reflection's breathing did not quite match hers. On her desk, the monitor still glowed softly, the security feed she had been reviewing before she went to the exhibit. The screens were divided into 8 quadrants, each showing a different wing of the museum. Her eyes went immediately to the feet of the wax gallery. For a moment, she thought the screen had frozen. All the figures stood where they should be. No movement, no flicker. Then, at the very bottom of the frame, almost off-screen, she saw something that did not belong. A shadow, elongated and thin, slid slowly across the floor. Not in front of any light source, not attached to any figure. It moved with an unhurried patience, disappearing into the edge of the camera's range. Amelia's fingers hovered over the keyboard, then pressed rewind. The playback stuttered. The shadow was gone. She pressed play again. Nothing. Then, as she exhaled, the camera feed rippled. For a single frame, just a blink, one of the wax figures turned its head toward the camera. She froze, reversed the feed, played it again, frame by frame. Stillness, stillness, stillness. Blink. The face turned, eyes directed into the lens. Blink. Gone. Her skin crawled. The movement was so subtle that her rational mind tried to dismiss it, a glitch in compression, a flicker in the feed. But deep down, another part of her, the instinctual, primitive part, knew it had been real. She turned away from the screen, gripping the edge of her desk. Her breath fogged faintly against the glass of the office wall. Something moved beyond the glass. She looked up. At first, she thought it was her reflection again, her own faint outline against the polished surface. But the reflection wasn't following her movement. It stood slightly off, turned toward her, head tilted in a way she would never tilt her own. The figure outside the office was standing among the wax sculptures. The dim emergency light revealed only pieces, the curve of a shoulder, the gleam of an eye, the faint sheen of resin. It was the figure that looked like her. Amelia stepped closer to the glass. The reflection, or whatever it was, stood motionless. Its expression was neutral. Its eyes, glassy and wide, fixed directly on her. She raised her hand slowly. The reflection's hand did not rise. Her heart dropped. For a long moment, the two stood like that, one living, one imitation divided only by a pane of glass and the thin layer of light between them. Then, the wax figure blinked. It was slow, unnatural, the lids descending halfway, then stopping, as though testing the gesture. Amelia stumbled backward, knocking over a chair. Her knees struck the edge of the desk, and the computer monitor wobbled. She tried to scream, but the sound caught in her throat, the kind of paralysis that feels ancient, instinctive, older than fear itself. She blinked hard. Once. Twice. The figure was gone. The space outside the office stood empty again. Her own reflection stared back at her, now pale, wide-eyed, trembling. The air felt heavy. The oxygen stretched thin. She needed to leave. She grabbed her bag, her keys, her coat. Her hands shook so hard she dropped the lanyard twice before getting it over her head. She swiped the door open and stepped into the exhibit space again. The wax figures were exactly where she had left them. Each one frozen mid-motion, each one too perfect. The faint red glow from the exit sign cast long streaks of shadow across the marble. Somewhere deep in the museum, a ventilation shaft sighed the sound, long, hollow, like the breath of something sleeping. Amelia walked quickly past the sculptures. She avoided looking at the one that resembled her. She kept her eyes on the floor, on the way the emergency lights painted soft pools of crimson at her feet. Halfway across the room, she stopped. The faint sound of breathing. Not hers. It was slow, rhythmic, the exhale of something large and patient. She turned, scanning the room. All the figures were still. But one of them, the man in the old-fashioned suit, seemed closer than before. Just half a step forward, maybe less. Her pulse thundered in her ears. She reached out, grabbed the flashlight from her bag and switched it on. The beam sliced through the dark, hitting the man's wax face. It was flawless. Perfect. Then movement. The eyelids twitched. The nostrils flared slightly. A breath drawn through a sculpted nose. The wax shimmered faintly, as if oil were rising through its layers. Amelia stumbled backward, the flashlight beam shaking wildly across the other figures. One of them, the woman with the outstretched arm, now had her hand extended fully, fingers curling inward. The others stood still, or almost still. The air was thick with the smell of hot wax and faint perfume, a sickly sweetness, like fruit left too long in the sundae. She could feel them watching now, not with eyes, but with the entire weight of their stillness. Every figure held a silence so dense it pressed against her chest. Then came the sound, soft, intimate, unmistakable. A heartbeat, not hers. It came from the center of the room. She turned slowly. The sculpture that looked like her now stood facing her directly. Its eyes, glass or not, gleamed faintly, and its lips were parted just enough to whisper, but no sound came. Instead, the breath moved again, a subtle rise of the chest. The figure exhaled, and the whisper that rode that breath said, barely audible, "Stay." Amelia dropped the flashlight. The beam rolled across the floor, cutting through the ankles of the figures as if slicing through another world. She ran. Through the gallery, down the hall, past the portraits whose painted eyes seemed to swivel in her wake. The marble floor reflected her flight, a woman in heels, pale and frantic, pursued by nothing visible and everything felt. The sound of her footsteps multiplied, as though someone else, or several, were following close behind. She reached the main door, swiped her card red light. Denied. She swiped again. The scanner beeped, unresponsive. Behind her, the footsteps slowed. She didn't turn. She couldn't. The air behind her had changed warm now, full of the faint smell of wax and skin. Then, fingers brushed her shoulder. Soft, warm, not wax. She spun, her elbow colliding with air. The hallway was empty, but along the glass wall, she saw smudges, faint prints, like palms pressed from the inside. She pressed the card again. The door clicked. She stumbled out into the lobby. The grand atrium stretched before her, silent and silver under the skylight. The rain had stopped. The moon shone through, pale and thin. She turned once more toward the exhibit hall. Through the glass doors, the figures stood motionless, bathed in red light. Her double stood among them, head tilted slightly toward the door, and for the first time, Amelia realized the figure's chest wasn't rising anymore. It was hers, her reflection, faint against the glass, exhaled softly, and the wax figure, deep within the room, stood perfectly still, breathing no more. The night had not ended. It had only folded itself into another shade of silence. Amelia sat before the mirror in her small office, the one mounted above the curator's desk, framed in dull brass. The kind of mirror that did not flatter, only recorded. Its reflection felt tired, like the museum itself, exhausted by years of watching, of being watched. She leaned forward, searching for her face as if through water. At first, she thought the light was dim. The left side of her brow was uneven. But when she reached up, fingertips trembling, she found not hair, not skin, only a smooth blankness, like wax still warm from a mold. Her fingernail tapped softly against it, and the sound was wrong. Too hollow, too still. Just exhaustion, she whispered, the words tiny ripples in the quiet. Just fatigue. Behind her, the corridor stretched like a lung that had forgotten to breathe. The faint hum of temperature regulators had stopped at some point she hadn't noticed when. The museum was utterly soundless now, as if its air had thickened to syrup. She turned away from the mirror and glanced at the monitors showing security feeds from the exhibition hall. The cameras flickered with low static. Every frame showed what she expected: empty rooms, marble floors, sleeping art except one. Gallery 9. The wax exhibit. In that frame, the figures weren't quite still. The first was a man in a 19th century frock coat, his head tilted just slightly, chin lifting as if to smell the air. The second, a woman seated in a chair, had turned her face a fraction toward the camera, so little that it might have been imagination. But Amelia felt it, deep in the pit of her body, like gravity had twisted. Her breath trembled. She adjusted the brightness on the monitor, blinked. Everything returned to stillness. But then there, at the corner of the feed, was herself, a wax likeness. Perfect, standing among the others. Its eyes were open this time, and, oh God, they were not made of glass. She stumbled out of her office, shoes clicking down the marble hallway like hammers on bones. The light bulbs flickered, turning the white walls into pulses of gray and gold. Her voice tried to form words but refused. Only the sound of her own breath remained, sharp and wet in the air. The entrance to Gallery 9 loomed ahead, draped in velvet shadow. She paused just before crossing the threshold, her reflection faint in the glass door, a blur where her left ear should have been. She froze. Slowly, she touched the side of her head. Nothing. Not absence like a wound, but absence like erasure. Smooth. Silent. The mirror of the door reflected her face unevenly now, as if the museum's own glass refused to remember her fully. She stepped inside. The wax figures waited, rows upon rows of them, their stillness too precise. The faint scent of paraffin and dust made the air taste like candle smoke. Every figure's eyes glimmered faintly, though there was no clear source of light. Amelia moved between them, her heart thudding like distant footsteps. Each sculpture bore the plaque of a missing person. Names, dates, last seen locations. Their faces were captured mid-expression: fear, wonder, resignation. But when she passed by, she noticed that their features were becoming more detailed. The skin looked more lifelike than the week before. The folds of clothing showed tiny creases, soft fingerprints of creation, and there at the center stood her statue, no longer merely a resemblance. It was her, down to the slight scar at the corner of her lip, down to the faint line on her neck from a childhood fall. Even her hair, each strand reflected light like something real, except for the eyes. They looked wet, alive. She reached out, handshaking, to touch the figure's cheek. The wax was warm, warmer than skin should be. A faint sound escaped its lips, barely a vibration like a sigh beneath water. Amelia stumbled back, her breath caught in her throat, the taste of fear cold and metallic. She blinked hard, eyes stinging. When she looked again, the figure was motionless once more. She turned to leave, but froze. A faint buzzing filled the air, like electricity through an old filament. Then came the slow creak of wax bending, a subtle shifting, a murmur that seemed to pass through the entire hall. She realized it wasn't the air conditioning. It was breathing. The statues were breathing in unison. She watched as the chest of the man in the frock coat rose ever so slightly, then fell. A shudder went through the woman in the chair. The small child holding a toy bear tilted his head upward. The sound that came next was soft, pitiful, like dozens of throats trying to recall a word they'd long forgotten. And under all of it, a whisper. "We only stay still when watched." Her heart slammed against her ribs. She spun, scanning the dark corners of the room. Who said that? No reply. Only the low creak of joints, the faint, sticky sound of wax against wax. Amelia backed away, her shoulder brushing against a sculpture of a man whose nameplate read, Aylin Gordon, missing, 1978. His head turned, barely. His lips parted, as if to form a syllable. Amelia. The voice was airless, as if spoken from within a throat that hadn't known breath for years. She stumbled, nearly fell. Every figure seemed to watch now, though none moved openly. Their gazes met hers through half-lidded eyes, painted irises that seemed wet with focus. Her hand went to her cheek, pressing hard. Beneath her touch, her skin felt soft, too soft. Her fingers left faint indentations that didn't fade. Her reflection on a nearby display case caught her eye. She turned. Her face, it wasn't all there anymore. Her left cheek was smooth, pale, featureless. Like the wax figures, she was losing herself to them, or they were taking her piece by piece. The whisper came again, closer, all around. "We only stay still when watched. Stop looking." Stop pretending to be alive. She ran, through the corridors, past portraits that seemed to follow her. Her footsteps echoed too loudly, too late, as if the sound came after her movement. The lights dimmed behind her, one by one, until the museum was no longer a building, just a labyrinth of shadows and silent witnesses. In her office, she slammed the door shut and fumbled for her phone. The screen wouldn't turn on, neither would the computer. The power seemed intact, the desk lamp glowed faintly, but every device that could record her image refused to function. She sat down hard in the chair, chest heaving. Her reflection in the darkened window stared back except for her eyes. They were gone, just smooth surfaces, faintly reflective, catching the lamplight like melted glass. She touched her face again. The texture was wrong. Half flesh, half something else. "Please," she whispered to no one. "Please, I just wanted to finish the exhibit." Something answered, from the hall. A faint voice, hers. Then finish it. The mirror behind her flickered. The sound of faint scraping like fingers over glass grew louder. She turned slowly. Her reflection smiled. The mouth that wasn't hers whispered through still lips. Perfection is a quiet thing. Amelia felt her body grow heavy, her pulse slowing to a thick rhythm. She stood, tried to move, but her joints resisted, each motion slower than the last. A thin sheen coated her skin, glistening under the yellow light, translucent, wax-like. She gasped, but even her breath came sluggishly now, like air struggling through molasses. Her voice barely made it out. The reflection tilted its head, then stepped forward, separating itself from the glass. Amelia's knees gave out. She crawled backward, leaving faint trails of melted residue on the marble floor. The figure knelt before her. It looked at her with eyes that were not alive, but full. "Your details were always missing," it said. "We only helped you find them." It reached forward, its hand pressed against her cheek, fingertips sinking into her skin as if molding it. The sensation was both burning and cold. Amelia wanted to scream, but the sound died in her throat. She could feel the features being sculpted away, her nose softening, lips dissolving into a mute curve, eyes melting into hollows, and then darkness. When she woke, she was standing, not breathing, not blinking. The room around her shimmered through a haze of glass and wax. Before her, other figures stood in silence, some new, some familiar, their faces peaceful, serene, perfectly crafted. At the far end of the room, a curator walked by, clipboard in hand. For a moment, Amelia almost called out to her until she realized what she was seeing. It was herself, moving with calm precision, hair neatly tied, expression thoughtful. She examined the new statue, Amelia's statue, and smiled faintly. "Excellent work," she murmured to no one. "So lifelike." She turned off the light and left. Amelia remained. Her world was still, her thoughts slow but unbroken. Time folded and unfolded around her, like cold breath from somewhere deep within the wax. Her mind whispered into the silence. We only stay still when watched. And beyond the dark and the distant echo of the hall, another voice, hers, again whispered back, "Then don't stop watching." The museum never truly closed. It only pretended to sleep. At night, the security lights dimmed until the marble floors looked like sheets of frozen moonlight. The shadows along the corridors lengthened, spreading like ink that refused to dry. And in that long, muffled hush, the kind that settles just before dawn, before the world remembers to breathe, the curator's collection began to wake. She moved between them now, her heels silent on the polished floor. Her name was still Amelia, at least in the mind that lingered behind her eyes. But the body, the one she now carried, felt like a borrowed instrument. Smooth, cool, slightly too perfect. When she touched her own cheek, it did not yield. When she blinked, she heard the faintest creak, like cooling wax under pressure. She had become something else, though the transformation had not been announced, only completed. Behind her, the figure stood in obedient stillness, lit by the sterile glow of overhead lamps. Each statue bore the poise of reverence. Some were elegant in despair, others peaceful in terror, all of them frozen in that divine midpoint between movement and surrender. Amelia, or what remained of her, walked slowly among them, clipboard in hand. Her pen made no sound when it wrote. It had begun a week ago, or a year. Time did not move here anymore. The days repeated, perfectly preserved. The morning staff arrived at 9, their chatter filling the gallery, their footsteps echoing against vaulted ceilings. They admired the new exhibit, living stillness, the lost in wax, remarking how the figures seemed so real, how the sculptor must have captured the very essence of breath. None noticed that Amelia never left the building now. None questioned why her office door was always locked from the inside. She curated their admiration with care, adjusting lighting angles, repolishing plaques. When they left at dusk, she remained behind, her hands trembling slightly as she arranged each statue's position. She spoke softly to them, her voice slipping between whispers and sighs. "Hold your chin higher," she would say to the man in the frock coat. You deserve to be seen. Him, or, leaning close to the child with the toy bear, don't be afraid. You're safe here, aren't you? Her own reflection watched from the dark glass of the display cases, patient, unmoving. The reflection never blinked. On the 5th night after her transformation, she found something new. A door. Not new in construction, the wood was old, scarred, painted the color of dust, but new in presence. It had not been there before, at the far end of the hall beyond Gallery 9. Above it, carved into the lintel, were the words, "The exhibition of silence, staff only." Her pulse, faint as it was, faltered. She could not recall any such section on the museum's blueprints. She approached. The door handle was cold, slightly sticky. It yielded without a sound. The air beyond it was thick, weighted with something sweeter than rot and older than varnish. It smelled like candle smoke and old paint. She stepped inside. The chamber beyond was vast, far larger than the museum's architecture should have allowed. Rows upon rows of figures stood in the half-darkness, lit only by the ghost of light that seemed to rise from the floor itself. But these were not sculptures of wax. They were empty skins, hollow shells of human form, wax-colored, yes, but soft, translucent. They sagged slightly, as though recently vacated. Their eyes were dull, sockets too shallow, mouths open in the faintest size. She moved between them, her pen trembling in her hand. A whisper brushed against her neck. They were the first. Amelia froze. The voice was her own. From the shadows ahead, a figure stepped forward, her reflection, her twin, her other. The woman's eyes were hollow, like the rest, but her smile was gentle, indulgent. "Do you remember the rules?" the double whispered. "They must remain seen, so they may remain still. You must remember them. You must curate them." Amelia took a step back. I don't understand." The reflection tilted her head. "Of course you do. You asked for permanence. You wanted to preserve what others overlook. Isn't that what you told the board when they asked why you worked so late?" She had. She remembered the words now dimly. "To preserve stillness," she had said. "To protect what is forgotten." Her reflection smiled wider. "Then do not resist it." She gestured toward the hollow skins. "Each one was once like you, restless, fragile. They entered the collection. Now they are perfect." The whisper around the room grew louder, dozens of voices murmuring in unison, slipping through the air like breath across glass. Perfect, preserved, remembered. Amelia turned and ran. Her footsteps echoed through the hall of husks, but the air was too heavy, too thick. Each step felt slower, her legs stiff, her joints protesting as though coated in resin. She burst through the door back into Gallery 9, gasping though the sound was more like wind escaping a crack. The wax figures waited where she had left them, eyes glistening in the dim light. She realized, suddenly, that their positions had changed. The woman in the chair now faced her directly. The man in the frock coat stood an inch closer. The child's toy bear was gone from his hand. Her clipboard slipped from her fingers. Somewhere deep within the museum, the speakers crackled to life. A faint classical melody drifted through the air, something slow, mournful, full of violins. As the music swelled, the figures began to move. Not quickly, no. Their movements were almost imperceptible, graceful, deliberate. A tilt of the head, the rise of a chest, the soft, collective sound of wax shifting on marble. Amelia watched in paralyzed awe as the gallery transformed into a living tableau. The figures reached for one another, their gestures half-formed, their faces serene. She could hear them whisper now, their voices faint and layered. "We were all seen once. We were loved. Briefly. We stayed too long." The music grew louder, filling the gallery until it drowned her thoughts. She pressed her hands to her ears, but even that motion felt distant, disconnected. And then she saw it, her own statue, standing at the center, arms slightly extended as though inviting her closer. Its eyes glimmered. "Come," it mouthed. Amelia stumbled forward. The closer she came, the softer the music grew, until the only sound was her own slow breath, and even that began to fade, replaced by the steady hum of the museum itself. She reached out. Her fingertips brushed against the statue's hand. It was warm. The wax softened beneath her touch, pliable, living. It reached back, its grip gentle, but unyielding. Amelia gasped, but the sound barely escaped. She felt her feet sink into the marble floor as though it were soft clay. The wax around her hand began to spread, climbing up her wrist, over her arm, encasing her shoulder in a perfect, glassy sheen. She tried to pull away, but it was too late. The material had already begun to swallow her, inch by inch. Inside the wax, her skin no longer burned it, hummed, like static in her bones. She could feel her heartbeat dissolve into something slower, more rhythmic. The figures around her had stopped moving. They watched, waiting, approving. She felt her face begin to stiffen. The air around her cooled. Every breath became an effort, each exhale a fragile whisper. And yet, in that suffocating quiet, she felt a strange peace. The reflection's voice returned, gentle now, soothing. You were never meant to leave, Amelia. You belong here. You always curated their beauty now. You are part of it. Look how perfect you are when you stop moving. Amelia's thoughts drifted, her body stilling even as her mind lingered a moment longer. She wanted to say no, but the word could not find shape. The wax closed over her lips. When the sun rose the next morning, the staff found the new centerpiece of the exhibition, a woman, poised in serene grace, clipboard clutched to her chest, her features delicate, eyes open but soft, as if lost in thought. The plaque beneath her read, Amelia Voss Curator, 2025, to preserve what must never fade. They admired the craftsmanship. They praised its lifelike expression. None noticed that, behind the glass of her pupils, something still watched, a faint awareness, trapped beneath the stillness, whispering to itself over and over, perfectly in time with the hum of the museum. We only stay still when watched. And now, we are never alone. The morning came, though it didn't look like it. The mist sat so heavy over the valley that it felt like the world had been dipped in milk. A blind man's dawn, colorless, soundless, and watching. The wax museum didn't glow in sunlight anymore. It absorbed it, swallowing every hint of brightness like it had been starving for shadow. Amelia stood on the porch, her left hand wrapped in gauze, her right hand trembling slightly, the tremor of someone whose body no longer obeyed. She hadn't slept. The clock inside had melted halfway through the night. Its hands had sagged toward the floor, dripping black resin that hardened in slow motion. Her reflection no longer matched her movements. When she reached to touch her face in the window pane, the reflection stayed still, watching her, as if waiting for her to make a mistake. She whispered into the fog, the way she had learned to whisper to the mountain when she was a child. If you take something, you give it back. But she had taken too much. Inside the museum, the figures were still, as always, or pretending to be. Every morning she checked them, recounted them, straightened collars and brushed lint from shoulders, as if maintaining a congregation of sleeping parishioners. But today, one was gone. A small gap in the far left alcove, between the coal miner and the widow in black. A perfect void, dusted with wax flakes, like dried skin. She felt the gap inside her chest, as if someone had taken a slice out of her ribs. The missing figure had been the child, the one she sculpted first, the one that smiled, like her. She found the child's shape in the fog outside a small indentation in the wet grass, like someone had knelt there all night. And further down the slope, faint fingerprints of wax on bark, tiny and deliberate, leading toward the cave. The same cave where she had made her bargain. She followed. The mist pulled at her skirt. Branches brushed against her shoulders like old friends trying to hold her back. The deeper she went, the quieter the world became, until her own breath sounded foreign, too rhythmic, too human. The cave mouth waited like a wound in the hill, A whisper of beeswax still lingered on the air. When she stepped inside, her lantern didn't light. The flame refused to take, snuffed by the damp, or by something else. Still, she knew the path. She could feel it with her skin, every turn, every slope downward, every narrowing of the stone walls pressing closer around her ribs. She'd come here once with blood on her hands, begging for beauty. This time, she came hollow. The wax was melting from her fingertips again, but not as before. Now, beneath the melting, there was something new. A pale, thin skin, not quite human, but something that remembered how to be. She reached the altar. A slab of stone slick with candle remnants, their wicks long dead but still smoking faintly as if just extinguished. On the wall, her old carvings were there. Names etched in clumsy circles. Mother, father, mine. And beneath them, something new. Amelia returned. The letters looked wet, as though they had been written in something that still pulsed. The voice returned, quiet as the first hum of heat before a storm. You brought me faces, it said. You brought me yourself. Amelia pressed her palms against the stone. Her skin stuck not with blood, but with wax. I didn't mean to keep them, she whispered. I only wanted to remember them. The voice sighed, long and patient. And now, they remember you. Back at the museum, the wax figures had shifted again. They weren't where she'd left them. The widow in black now faced the door, the coal miner's head tilted toward the empty alcove, listening. And in the center of the room stood the child, holding a melted candle like a heart cupped in both hands. The child's eyes were no longer wax. They were glass, her glass taken from her own display. Did you find what you wanted? The child asked. Her voice was almost gentle. I wanted to save them, Amelia said, to make sure no one forgot. The child blinked slowly. Wax tears traced perfect paths down her cheeks, catching dust in their shine. But forgetting is mercy, the child said. Memory keeps the wound open. The walls began to hum, a low vibration that stirred the mannequins, making them sway almost imperceptibly, like breath. Amelia took a step back. Her heel cracked through something brittle. She looked down shards of herself, pale and hollow. Skin flakes. Fingernails. The room smelled like candle smoke and rot. She turned toward the door, but the door wasn't there. The museum had rearranged itself, as if remembering a time when it had been something else. A chapel, maybe, or a grave. The glass cases now formed an aisle, and at the far end stood a figure draped in gauze, her own wax likeness, the one she had been sculpting but never finished. Now, it was perfect, every freckle, every scar, even the crescent moon birthmark on her collarbone. The likeness smiled faintly. Its lips split like candle seams. Come back, it whispered. You left something behind. Amelia's body trembled. The wax under her skin began to flow, softening with each heartbeat. Her bones felt distant, her breath too heavy for her chest. When she tried to speak, only heat came out. She reached forward, touching the cheek of her wax twin. It was warm. The skin yielded slightly under her fingers, like her own, and for a moment she couldn't tell which one of them was real. Her twin leaned closer, their noses nearly touching, and exhaled. The breath smelled of burnt honey. Then the twin whispered, "We'll remember together." The museum sighed. Every figure turned its head, hundreds of glass eyes blinking open at once. Soft staccato of clicks and snaps like a rainstorm on wood. The child walked to her side, taking her hand. It was wax against wax, now no difference. And when Amelia looked down, she saw that her reflection had vanished from the glass floor. But in its place, beneath the transparent layer, there was movement, hundreds of faint faces pressed beneath, murmuring. Faces she recognized, visitors, townsfolk, travelers. People who had once stopped by and admired her craftsmanship. All of them mouthing her name, all of them preserved. Night fell again, though the clocks refused to turn. Inside the museum, the air grew still as a lung that had forgotten how to breathe. Amelia stood at the entrance, or what looked like one, holding the candle that never burned out. Her eyes gleamed like varnish. Her voice was softer than before, careful not to disturb the air. And when the first visitor in months arrived, a curious hiker seeking shelter from the rain, she greeted him warmly. "Welcome to the Valley Museum," she said. "Everything here remembers." He smiled awkwardly, glancing at the figures. "They look so real." Amelia's smile didn't reach her eyes. "They are," she said, as the man walked deeper into the exhibit. His shadow clung to the walls like syrup. The door shut quietly behind him. Outside, the mountain mist thickened, wrapping around the building like a cocoon. Inside, something whispered against the glass. Not words, but memory made sound. And in the faint reflection of the window, Amelia stood beside her twin. Both smiled the same tired smile, their skin gleaming faintly in the candlelight. Neither moved. Neither needed to, because the wax had learned, because the skin remembered. And when dawn came, it did not find them breathing. It found them perfect. In the end, Amelia became what she always admired. Her hands still perfect, her eyes still watching. Some say the museum still stands there, just off the road where the fog stays thickest. They say if you go in, you'll see yourself, exactly as you are, frozen in time, captured in wax. But if you stay too long, you'll notice something else. The wax will start to breathe.